the camera around 180, you will see a wall with a light switch on it. I can use a mirror to prove it, but I won't. Mystery. Mystery abounds. No, before we were in a basement, actually. Now we are not in a basement. Now we are actually above street level. We are above. Oh. All right. It's going to take some getting used to. This is a painted brick wall. Live from the SC closet. Actually, this is the middle of a room. We are the middle of a room. I also do have the opportunity to... What is happening with the... I think I'm hearing 2 sets of music, and I don't understand how. How is this? What are this? Check, 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 check. Okay. I think I'm gaslighting myself, but I'm not sure. There'll be a lot of that. The room, the Hall of Salt is then... Shoe on head or pre-recorded actors. I'll do water on head. There we go. Pre-recorded actors. We poke R2 in the head. Golden R2. He's real, boys. Haha. I predicted you would say all of that. This is a pre-recording prediction. Or is it? So the webcam I'm using is a significant step down from the camera quality. I will say that. So, you know, enjoy the fuzzies on the screen. There's going to be lots of them. I don't know why enjoy the fuzzies, but yeah. SC2 Maru. I believe it's picking up my keyboard, but I don't think that's out of the ordinary. I think it was doing that before. My mic, that is. I can always add a noise gate if need be. I also may bust out a cheeky green screen and trick you all that I haven't moved at all. Actually, you know what the best thing to do would be? Not use an old image of my old room, but use an image of the new room and then green screen myself into that. So you're like film grain cinematic. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. Like 1930s style. I guess. I don't know. I don't know anything about film. Nostalgia filter. There we go. I'm a paid actor too. You're referencing the dogs behind you. Yes. Yes. R2-D2. And his famous golden dome and dogs. New setup indeed. Are you doing the whole Group A today? They are, and it's a bit of an interesting format, actually. So it is going to be best of three, followed by best of 5, best of 5, best of 5, which I actually really, really, really like for a high-stakes group. It kind of follows a similar model as like what they do in ASL. So ASL, the opening matches are all best of 1. But then they do GSL-style group where it's basically just a double elimination bracket. So the opening match, best of 1. And then winner's match, best of... Actually, winner's match might also be a best of 1 in ASL. So maybe that's a little different. But either way, any elimination match has more opportunities to... Yeah, basically an extra life, let's say. Ah, yes, ASL. America is a second language. As you do, yes. Anglish as a second language. Anguish. There is some ambient noise in the background just for me, so I may be... That'll take a little bit of time to get used to. Before, I was in a very, you know, cramped little basement. Now, though, I'm in a much more open area. Fiance Fast is here, too. You don't love the ASL Best of 1? Not enough variance smoothing for build order wins? Well, that's the good thing about it, though, is that's only for the opening matches, I believe. Any match where you can be eliminated, you have best of 3. So, like... And I need to actually look it up. I can't remember if it's winner's match is also best of 1. Because that's... Like, you could theoretically, in that case, win 2... ASL 21 open day 1. Is this... No, main event. Main event. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, my God. No, it's all best of 1s for the early rounds. Yeah, it's only once you get to, like, round of 16 that it's best of 3s for winners, losers, and decider match. Oh, damn. I did not know that. That's crazy, actually. That is actually bonkers. Oh. Lobby is up. Do not want to miss that. Okay. Flash. Whoa. He's the savior of the universe. Orgs. Okay, ComebackTV. They're getting themselves set up. Cram little basement, aka soundproof basement, baiting, bunker baiting. Baiting what? And how did you know? Yeah, we're already off to a flying start. So I wanted to get stuff set up yesterday. I need someone to tell me, why are we out reverting the storm changes to old storm? Is that happening? Is there something... Is there something, like, has that been announced? Because as it is right now, I think it's just getting nerfed. Like, I thought it was getting lowered in terms of damage still. PTR Pro Tournament. $1,000 Monday the 8th. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Monday night weekly open tournaments. Oh, damn. That is incredible. We'll worry about that later, because now... it is time to get into the first match of the day. It's on White Rabbit. It's a best of 3. It's 2 teammates battling it out. The 2 non-Koreans in this group. Well, actually, that's not true. Trigger is Korean, and he's actually living in Korea right now. I believe the server is West Central West. But either way, here we go. It's time. Spawning up in the top right of White Rabbit. It is Basilisk Reynor. And his opponent sending out an instant probe across the map. He's got designs on a hatch block. It is Basilisk Trigger. In the red. And Reynor is not going to be going for... Oh, actually, he could theoretically still go for the Overlord cancel. No, too late. Too late. He's just going to get blocked. And he's going to accept it. That's fine. This is annoying, but not the end of the world. Rogue is a player, from what I've seen, that really doesn't want to be hatch blocked. Really, really doesn't want to be hatch blocked. Now, on White Rabbit in particular, I do feel like it's pretty unpleasant to be hatch blocked. Like, this is it's a long distance over to this third base from the natural. And even though the creep is pretty close to the main ramp, it's just not fun. Now, Trigger is the kind of player that will come in with the tightest build order and execute it to absolute perfection. And we saw him with some very, very cool Blink Stalker all-ins that he busted out specifically against Reynor in the opening match of their group at Home Story Cup a ways back. One of them was like a crazy +2 weapons Blink Stalker all-in off 2 bases. God, that was such a cool play. Really, really nasty stuff. And we'll see if he goes for something like that. Yoon, actually, where I am right now, which is, well, where I live, we took Yoon out for a little bit of... What was it? That was Katsu. Don Katsu? That's nice. He's such a pleasant young man. He's, like, so respectful. He's just such a good lad. Like... It's weird, too, because I don't think of myself as that old, even though I know, like, by the numbers I am. But, like, it definitely feels like he's, like, respecting his elders when he speaks to me. I'm like, oh, no. Oh, no. You can hear the dishes being done? Well, it is next to a kitchen. You are right about that. We do have, what is he set up here for Reynor? It looks like it's going to be a 6-6, or sorry, a 3-3 split. Basilisk Gray. Trigger not going to go in here with the... Oh, is he? Okay. Well, for just a second, he made me wonder. But no, not going to be going in with that first Adept. Reynor, of course, will have this period of vulnerability before Ling Speed is done. And this is where Trigger's going to try and make some magic happen, perhaps. 5 Lings and 2 Queens should be enough to discourage a move in. And it looks like... That looks like this is going to end up not being a commitment here. Reynor has gone up to 12 Lings, so he really needs to not lose drones, I feel. Otherwise, he will end up behind with this. Oh. Adepts are going to just shade back here. Oh, no, he cancels the shade. Overlord did see it, though, surely. Well, he sees it now, at the very least. Adepts are split up here. Oracle at the third is going to try and find a drone. It will be able to get it 2 of them quite quickly. Adepts just kind of faking out here on the other side of the map, though. Well, he forces a cancel on the pylon at the third. That's about it so far. Oh, Adepts actually do shade into the main base. Oracle is still sitting at the third base. It is going to make a move in now. Queen's not super well positioned, but Trigger wasn't paying attention right away. He does get 1 additional drone. I think it would have been better value to maybe focus on the Adepts in the main. They were in a really good position, but they could have, I think, target fired some drones. I think Reynor maybe sent the drones back a little early. Ultimately, this was well set up from Trigger, and I think he still gets enough value to be okay with this, but it could have even been better for him. Still solid, but could have been even better. Oh, nice positioning at the third. We do have this Adept trying to bottleneck these Lings. Reynor and his Lings. Name a more iconic combo. Going to be able to get another Adept here. It is triple Oracle out of Trigger. Even with the ping, Reynor's doing a great job with these Lings. Make 10 men feel like 100. I think this is enough energy to get a cancel here. Yeah, the Queens aren't even close. This is absolutely going to be a cancel. 1 Oracle does run out of juice, and the other 2 are not super high on energy. But he can energy recharge the lowest Oracle and gear himself up for a Blink Stalker push. If that is Trigger's idea. We do have Trigger setting up... Oh, never mind. He is going to take a 5th gas. No gas in the natural. For a second, I was thinking maybe he was going to play the old school 4-gas Zealot Stalker hero style. Oh, this 1 Oracle that was low on juice. It turns itself on, but doesn't even get a kill. There we go. There's the 6th gas coming in now. This Overlord has been here the whole time. Despite the fact that this could have been picked off a while ago. Reynor going to take out these rocks. Let's go for the fast +1 missile. I say fast, but relatively. Oh, this is really nice for Trigger. Going to be able to find 4 drones. Reynor was quick to pull away. So it could have been worse, but he salvages it without being a total disaster. I mean, 4 drones is... It's nice, but it's not going to necessarily win you the game at this stage. Now, 10 drones, that's a bit of a different story. Triple chrono right here. +1 weapons, storm, and blink. I mean, it's a good scout for Reynor. He sees the timing of the Templar archives. He knows what's up. And checks on the 4th base. Sees that there's units in position. There's no denying that. Now, the big question is, will Reynor try and get something done with Hydraling? No Baneling Nest. So if it's not going to be a big push, we expect to see Lurkers most likely. Thank you very much, Zerg to kill for the tier 1 resub at 35 months. 35-month streak, too. There's not a lot of units on the field here, actually. Trigger's got to be very careful. He's got Storm coming up, but it's not ready yet. Stasis traps get diffused quite easily. This is looking very dangerous, despite the fact that it's just speed on the Hydras. Reynor is really starting to get in here and find some value. A lot of the Lings do go down. That Archon actually going to do some amazing tanking. And that will drive this back. Oracles, one of them does get taken out. Good job from Reynor turning on that. Storm now completed, but there's a lot of space in the open here. Reynor with some good spreads on the Hydras. They do have to kind of expose themselves, though. No, Trigger going to lose that Archon to the Storm. And an Observer as well. A little bit awkward there from Trigger on the back end. I think Reynor should still be happy with this, though. Despite the fact that this has been held. We are going to see a follow-through now with a big Doom drop, potentially. Trigger may be very focused on defending the front line. There's a cannon in the main mineral line. That's good against a single Overlord drop. It is not going to be anything close to enough against the huge hammer Reynor is going to be going for. But these Zealots, oh, they could see everything. Oh, Reynor changes course. That is gigantic. That might actually be a decision that decides the game. Now, the Zealot run by on the top side is going to be dealt with by a few Lings. This is enough to clean this up. They got a Queen, which is nice, but nowhere near enough. Zealot is going to warp in single Zealot. Oracle on the right side goes down. That means no more Stasis Trappies. We've got a recall into the main. It is not going to be oh, well, there is Storm and a lot of it, but all the Templar go down. Big Warpinch trying to protect this. +2 weapons will complete for Trigger in a moment, but Reynor is breaking through at the 3rd base. A couple of Storms are going to try and sneak up on the Hydras. They stack up, and it's going to drive this back for the moment. But Reynor getting a lot of value, a lot of damage, and keeping Trigger from running away with the supply, or even, honestly, getting close in supply just yet. Well, that High Templar does not have Storm. Energy recharge is on cooldown. Meanwhile, push at the middle. It's mostly Lings. That's going to struggle to get value. +1 melee, +1 missile are done. And we've got Trigger. Well, Reynor, I should say, is already teching to the next stage. He's got the double attack upgrades. He's got Hive almost done. He's got Lurker Den almost done. And no doubt Trigger is on the back foot here. Good split against the Storms in the middle. Drawing the attention of Trigger. While this drop comes back into the main base, a lot of probes going to have to pull. Storms coming in on top of the Hydras, mostly being dodged. But they are still whittling this down. Oh, those Storms. That is really good Storm damage against the Lings. Meanwhile, Zealot drive-by on the 4th base. Getting a few drones, not a crazy amount. But finding some counter damage at a pretty critical moment is nice. However, now the Hydras get in on top of the mineral line at the 4th. That's going to be huge damage. It was already like 14 probes. Now it is up to 26. Reynor creating a lot of fires for Trigger to deal with. Trigger doing a pretty damn good job of keeping up with the multitasking, but it is not easy. He does have probes not working here at the third base. And if anything, Reynor might have kind of done Trigger a favor right there, letting him know that some of those workers were not mining. Lurkers are going to complete, and they almost have their range upgrade. There's a lot of storms here. There's a few immortals. Needs to be really good storms to have a chance, but Reynor is splitting so well against them. The pre-spreads are phenomenal. Just really keeping these storms from getting the value they're looking for. Lurkers not yet done. On the right side, he didn't know how far along they were, but Reynor blinks first and says, I gotta get out of here. Lurker eggs do not have crazy armor in this game. It's Ravager eggs that really have it. Lings are going to get into the main base. They force a recall. They force a warp in into the main. But I believe this is going to get mitigated without really taking almost any probe damage. He gets a couple on the tail end. But this cannon that was helping against the drop stays alive thanks to the shield battery. This was a distractic as much as anything, though. Big Ling wraparound on a lot of the army of Trigger in the middle. That might be the backbreaker here. Observer was in its siege mode, so it was able to be sniped. Got more High Templars showing up, but the storms are not going to be enough on their own against these ranged lurkers. He needs more. How many mortals do we have? Only 3. They're all here in the fight, but now the lurker's coming in from behind. There's no detection. He storms one of them, and it does die. Where is the detection? He's building it now. He lost all the oracles early. Energy recharge on one of these Templar. Right now, the only thing that can actually damage the lurkers is storms. Trigger trying to go for a counterattack on the top left, but the Lings mostly get on top of it. All the Templar are going to go down, including that Immortal as well. This counterattack not able to amount to anything. Doesn't even get onto creep, let alone to a base. An Observer is finally joined up, but it's way too little too late. And Reynor gets it done with some hot multi-prong. Oh, lordy. Oh, lordy, he on fire. Distractic. Yeah. Yeah. That one's on the house. Oh, I need someone to tell me why we're not reverting to the old storm. It's a good question. I don't know if it'll... I don't know. Did he even get Adrenal? I don't think so. I think he was focused on the gas for the lurkers. And I think when you've knocked your opponent off balance like that, it's a better choice to go for the lurkers there. Especially because he killed those oracles. If you don't kill the oracles, then it is going to be tough to get the momentum, I suppose. That was on West, by the way. Thank you very much, Esna, for the Prime resub at 5 months. Welcome, welcome. I'm going to run a quick minute of ads just to make sure we don't, make sure we stay on top of stuff and avoid mid-rolls as much as possible. Just got here. I'm in a different room. I am not just in a different room. I'm in a different building, a different area code. Reynor doing an outstanding job there. in game number 1. Spawning up at the top right. Can he keep the momentum going? It's Basilisk Reynor. In the blue. And here we go on Sanctuary 3. Spawning down on the bottom left. It is Basilisk Trigger. In the red. Had a decent early game, but it felt like Reynor was just... He is just really locked in. Obviously, I feel like Trigger and Reynor know each other pretty well in terms of play. Reynor not going to have to take the hatch in an uncomfortable, out-of-the-way position, and I think he'll be happy about that. Oh, there's some banging outside, but that's okay. Bangarang. Oh. Just checking out other streams. Oh. How's everybody doing today? Hope you're ready for some excellent StarCraft. After this, it will be Maru versus Classic, which is going to be exciting. Yeah, Reynor really hit the gas with the multi-prong there. That was exquisitely done. It felt like he never really gave Trigger a good target. Like there were multiple times where Trigger just basically couldn't know where the attack was coming from. If he had scouted that huge drop coming into the main base, I think that could have been a drastically different game, though. I think that was the big moment. And without that, it's hard to say. It's hard to say how things go because Trigger, I feel like, was basically meeting every attack relatively well, but he had been knocked off balance so much by that, and he had to recall away from his front base, which ended up taking a bunch of damage. It just... Things kind of spiraled quickly. I do also think that the initial attack, killing the first 2 oracles, and then I think the 3rd oracle died as a result of the recall. Yeah, it did, because he, at the 3rd base... Yeah, that was just an action-packed game where maybe boiling it down to one particular situation isn't fair, but at the same time, I feel like the first couple attacks were not putting the game out of reach just yet. But then after that, things kind of got really uncomfortable. This is cool out of Reynor right here. He's going for a big Ling Flood, 22 Lings. And this is going to look to punish the extremely fast 3rd base out of Trigger. Trigger will need to be on guard against this. On guard for thee. A Canadian countryman, can he deal with this? This first oracle does not have energy recharge used on it. The Adept, though, is in the wall. These Lings have not yet been spotted this next set. Oh, Reynor's drawing them so far away, this first oracle. It kept its pulsar beam on. It's not going to be able to be recharged. And that means this is going to be a cancel on this Nexus. Okay. Yeah, there's no saving this, I don't think. Second oracle will join up, but it does not have enough firepower to take this out, and that's a kill. Oh, no, Trigger. That is disastrous. Very unfortunate for him. Now he is out of juice on both oracles, and this might be another denial. This might actually snowball out of control already. No, was that too... No! Oh, he didn't cancel either time. He could have 600 more minerals in the bank right now, but now he is minus 800 instead of minus just 200. Ay. I mean, this is something where the ping has to play a factor, but you got to know that. You got to know about the ping, and you got to play around it and say, hey, I'm going to cancel this Nexus just a little bit earlier than I normally would. Easier said than done, but, I mean, you got to make the adjustment for the cross server, and unfortunately, Trigger not doing that, and now finds himself... I don't even know how far behind, really, but the main goal of Trigger's opener was revolving around a fast third Nexus. Reynor might be able to kill both of these Stalkers. He gets the wraparound. There's no blink. The Oracles are way out of position. They're even coming back home. And that's, I mean, that's just Reynor extending his lead even more. Were those literally the first two? Yeah, that was literally the first two Stalkers warp in. And now Probe is going to get taken out on the transfer. Oh, and the Adept moves out of position in the wall. Ay, ay, ay. Everything that could be going wrong for Trigger has absolutely gone wrong. +1 melee now done, which means even these probes in stacks going to have a very tough time dealing with this. Honestly, that actually went way better than expected. Good micro on the probes. But he's down 11 workers. Hydroden is nearly done. I mean, yeah, the supplies are actually quite truthful, except that it's worse than it is. Because, yeah, Reynor's got a decent amount of money for Hydras. He's actually a little shy on gas at this moment. Trigger going to try and find something with a counter push. Oh, I love the Dropper Lord. Where is it? It's pretty far away from the base, so it will take a while to drop in. But that's still a nice little move. This is a short rush distance map. Is there possibly a chance? There is a stasis trap with this, but, I mean, Reynor saw it. He's not going to fall victim to it. Stalker's forced to blink back. Only one Oracle has a decent amount of energy at this point. And that's not going to be enough to prevent a wraparound. Blink will try and get these Stalkers out of harm's way. There's more Stalkers showing up. This position could be good for Trigger to blink around. But, I mean, he's already down 30 supply. Hydras don't have the +1 missile yet, but Trigger is in so much trouble. The actual speed on the Dropper Lord, it's going to get into the main pretty soon. Oracle number 1, very low on HP there. Was one volley of the Hydras away from going down, and that's the only one that has juice. Trigger is desperately trying to make something happen, but the numbers are too high here for Reynor. And we're about to see a Ling run by getting into the main mineral line. And if Reynor can time that for when the next engagement kind of kicks off. Oh, these Lings might have actually... He might have actually given away... No, not really. But they're just going to get into the natural. Reynor's sticking around with the Lings in the main. I like that he's not revealing them yet. It might seem silly, but I actually think that's a great decision. Trigger's good enough that he's going to deal with 8 Lings when nothing else is happening. But dealing with 8 Lings when your third base is pressed, when you're trying to blink Stalker Micro in the middle of the map, that's a very different story. This is going to force a recall. Now surely the Lings go in. There they go in now. Oracle will go down. Second one turns on its beam. This is going to be a lot of damage in the main base, potentially. In fact, that's where the majority of the damage already kicks in. But Trigger has lost his whole army at the front, and GG will have to be called. Reynor. That was efficient in terms of time, to say the very least. And violent in terms of execution. Execute Order 66. Fun fact, 33 is exactly a third of 99. That is correct. Well done. Thank you very much, Bane Supper, for the tier 1 resub at 33 months. It's also half of 66. Execute Order 6D6. All right, we are going to take, I think, a quick little break as they get set up for the next match here. How's the audio sounding so far? How different or similar to what we normally have? Any audio files in the chat? Oh, by the way, also, Maestros the game has now been sponsored by Opera GX, which is pretty cool. Better than ever. It's fine for me. Max Verstappen. 32-point infinite nines. Nice. The Andalorian sounds good to me. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, that's good. That's good. I think more than anything, we just might have the occasional ambient noise in the background. But obviously, I want to, you know, be cognizant. Actually, there might not be much of a break since Classic and Maru will know that they were ready to go. Oh, I forgot to put the update the title. Maru vs. Classic, TVP, best of 3. Opening match. Sounds good here. Hell yeah. It's Gura. Excelente. Welcome, Kaido K. I will see if I can do the 2v2. Some of the 2v2 cast from this weekend. No guarantee, but I will do what I can. Oh, I put best of 5, but it's a best of 3. Best of 3 TVP. Best of 3 Group A match. Maru. And Classic. Those are always fun to watch. They are. They're a blast. They've been really, really enjoyable. You missed, just overheard something before, new patch notes. Massive PTR. But I don't know if that's actually I don't think there's anything yet about new PTR stuff. I think it's already yeah, like it's here. I do have an exclamation patch in the chat. And if you do want to support ComebackTV, they get 3 buckies for every person that downloads Opera GX using that link. And that's obviously going to be helpful. Obviously going to be very helpful for them. Okay, so they did put... Okay, so they put some time on the thing. So I will take a little break. Do a little dance, make a little love, get down tonight. As you do. I do feel a little bad for Trigger. This is one of the toughest groups I feel like he could get. But I think about StarCraft 2. You gotta win against the best players, you know? And sometimes that means beating your teammate. All right, we will be right back. Hello, hello. We're back. And we're just about instantly getting into the game. Just about. Coca, Funka, and TKL. Coffee mug got yeeted. Oh, yeah. I was like, what? I was like, did something happen on the main stream? Did they have, like, a thing? That would be brutal. Some kind of glitch mob remix. Sounds like Fortune Days, or maybe not, just familiar. I actually really like it. I was confused for a second. I just realized I actually have my audio on my second PC coming out of... It was coming out of the wrong place. I probably shouldn't mess with it. Oh, there's an excellent example of why not. Yep, shouldn't do that either. Oh, God. Yep, we're gonna chill on that for a moment. Well, okay, we've discovered something. Something we already knew, which is that I don't know jack about audio. Spawning up at the top right, it is classic for Virtus Pro. With a gas first. And his opponent spawning down in the bottom left for Onside Gaming, it is Maru. The man they call the Kobayashi Maru. No one calls him that. I did just now, but here we are. All right. White Rabbit. Now, since this is the opening match of the groups, it's not the most desperate to win for either player. But even in a best of 5, even against a player like Trigger, who you may be favored against, you don't want to go down there and have to battle a player that has definitely been surging lately. I feel like, in particular, Classic is not gonna want to have to go down and play a PvP versus Trigger. But at the same time, I don't know how happy Maru would be to do the same. Now, I'm curious who Reynor would rather play of these two in the winners match. I mean, obviously, just being in the winner's match is a huge advantage, because instead of fighting for a best of 5 to eliminate, you get an extra best of 5 in hand with an opportunity to make it further on. Actually, how does it work? Does third place advance? Or is it third and fourth? Top 2 players of each group advance to the playoffs. Yeah, no. So it's just elimination. Yep. It's just elimination, but it's a double limb bracket afterwards. Classic, it feels like he didn't really do anything super crazy with this early gas, but let me check the blink timing. I think more than anything, he's managed to get a really fast blink timing without having to use chrono. That's pretty nifty. That's pretty nice. Now I'm listening to Glitch Mob on YouTube. Oh, Adept does spot the crinkle on the ground. Chris Crinkle. I do love how Maru tries to control space. Oh, this is so cool. Almost getting the hit there. Is Classic going to try and do... Oh, he is. He wants it. He wants to bait it out. But already on top of it. Maru keeping one of the mines at home, sending the other one across the map. Meanwhile, Hellion and Reaper getting deflected on the other side. Classic. It's not a combo that you often see, but 2 Stalkers and an Adept can be very good since they do one-shot a Marine. Normally you think of 3 Adepts or you think of 4 Stalkers. Oh, Blink is done. He's going to be able to get in on top of the medevac. Does take it out. And Maru, he's not going to be able to get anything. Literally anything. That is an amazing start for Classic. Oh, man. That's a clean early game so far. Okay. It is an insanely clean early game. It is a perfect early game, in fact. And now, same as you can one-shot the Marines, you can one-shot the SCVs. 2 Stalkers and an Adept. Oh, baby. Slick. And if you don't get the Adept to shoot, he's able to 2-shot with the Stalkers on the SCVs. Gets another SCV. Classic. Already freaking cooking. If he gets a Mule here, that would be so nasty. He gets it instantly. And another SCV. He still hasn't lost a unit. Classic having the dream start so far. He does scout the 3rd CC. Maru cannot be happy with how this has gone. We've got 5 more gateways coming in for Classic. If Classic sees the double NG Bay, he might just go with the first Colossus and a charge. I think this is enough information to say it might be go time. I was going to say, I would like to see a recall, though. Oh, I don't like where he put it. Oh. That was close. That was really close to what would have potentially been a big set of losses. But even still, the damage on the War Prism, if Classic wants to go for more aggression, or, well, not more aggression, but an actual aggressive push, that damage may come back to bite him a little bit, come back to haunt him. This tank, by the way, with the most awkward rally having to go around this position. Fortunately, it's not a full lock-in of where he is. Now, Maru, it seems like, I think he's got an idea of how precarious his position is right now. He's not going to try and take the third command center super early. Viking, oh, it will be able to flank this Prism and will be able to get the kill. That's going to be first blood at 7:16. What's this audio problem I keep hearing about? I don't think there's an audio problem just yet, but I'm like, I'm trying to tune things up because this is a new setup. Welcome, Critical FPS. Congrats. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I've been living here for a while, but I just finally moved the setup, so now I don't need to drive back and forth whenever I want to stream. So the opportunity to stream is, well, much more there. Much more there. Much more accessible. Yeah. Maru's got nothing to stop the Zealots from just warping into the main. And with Stalkers and Colossus, he can actually just blink up into the main and walk those Colossus up as well. But it looks like he does not want to do so. Ooh, that's going to be a nice snipe on a tank here. And Classic will be able to hot pick up the rest of the Stalkers most likely. Keeps the Colossus hidden, which is kind of interesting. Maru does now have the upgrade lead technically. But Classic is far along on his 2-1. Also getting up to 4 more gates. Already has a 4th base done and a 5th one now on the way. Classic macroing up cleanly behind this Maru. One of the best defensive Terrans ever. I don't think that's a controversial statement at all. But this is going to be a really tough situation for him to hold on and try and get a 4th base. Interestingly, he is going to go for the +1 ship weapons despite going into 5 tanks and now adding a 6th. Technically, he had a 7th, but it got sniped very early. I do like this kind of funky wall. I think there is a gap here, and I don't actually think this missile turret blocks it. I'm pretty sure Zealots can run past here, but maybe that's by design. Archons being added in, normally a very bad move in TVP. But before Ghosts are out, when you need something really tanky, the Archon is a very good choice. Did he kill an Observer there? Nope, Zealot. Scan coming in on the other side of the map, wants to see what the tech is, sees the double forge, sees no gas at the third, sees the second robo, and sees what could be Prism speed, could be Observer speed. Technically could be Extended Thermal Lance that was forgotten, but I think you give credit to Classic that it's not that. I do love this gateway on the left side. Maru actually positioned in the command center upon seeing the scan, or upon seeing the army with the scan. Maru nearly maxed out, not yet adding ghosts. How much Raven energy does he have? I think it's capped out, yeah. So he could drop a couple auto turrets, an anti-armor missile could be huge here. Classic is being very patient, though. He says, you know, you gotta take this fourth base soon. If you don't take it soon, you're gonna be in trouble. Oh, I love the retarget right there. Hitting the Archon, actually getting a decent bit of splash. Classic kind of, not prepared for Maru to just retarget that mine. Very simple move, but a very nice one. 3 Nexus in production at once. And this is the danger. Classic is going to go for the attack here. I mean, he'll get a cancel on this command center, no problem. Trades out a small amount of supply. Maru going straight into his 3-3. Classic, though, very close to 3-2 upgrades. Well, +2 armor is going to kick in a moment. That's going to even up the upgrades, and then +3 attack will be close thereafter. Anti-armor missile does kind of blanket both Zealot and some of the Terran units alike. Siege tanks not being target fired initially, so they will friendly fire a little bit. Classic with a nice blink there to cover the Colossus, even as one of them goes down to the Vikings. But this is going to be a dead command center with one more volley. Will go down. That is a nice find right there for Classic. Maru playing this very patiently, and he has to. But time is not on his side. He really needs to secure this fourth base so desperately. And even though you're able to max out on 3 bases and even get some infrastructure going for a late game setup, after losing a good number of units there, Maru's going to be pressed to remax. Obviously, he's got the money for it, but Classic's already building a significant bank and is getting a crazy gateway count. I actually really like this. He's long distance, he's kind of giving up the mining on his main and natural, saying those are secured positions. Even the third base, gonna go minimally. Classic, oh man, and every valuable unit that he kills, even every, like, cheap unit, Marine kill, is pretty good. Killing Vikings, though, and Siege Tank, very, very good. Blink forward finds the Liberator as well. Maru, I mean, he's just kind of getting bullied at this point. It's not even necessarily about taking a fourth now. It's about holding out for 3-3 while staying even on 3 bases. Classic now on 23 gateways. I would not mind a third and even fourth robo. 23 gateways is a crazy amount. That's 46 supply waiting in the wings. Whether it's Stalkers, Zealots, you know, a couple High Templar, but he doesn't have Storm, so it wouldn't really apply too much. +1 shields have kicked in. But the 3-3 for Maru is going to complete. He has remaxed. He's got a lot of ghosts. In fact, building even 3 more. He's going up to 13 ghosts. It's a very interesting army construction from Maru here. Classic going to eat an anti-armor missile. And he does lose a Colossus there to the Vikings. Nice job from Maru. That's a nice little skirmish. But he needs a hell of a lot more than that. He might be thinking, I go for a big army clear, army crush, and just try and absolutely blast through after that. Vikings will try and take down the Colossus. They get them rather quickly. Archons get melted, and this is a pretty decent fight for Maru. I mean, it's an amazing fight, honestly. Can he push out after it, though? Classic did lose a lot of stuff. That was a really, really expensive fight. The Archons were not amazing. We gotta say that. They were not good. And that's the liability of building Archons and not getting value with them. Classic, though. He's going to be able to remax. Obviously. Zealots trying to get it into the natural. God, that is a lot of Zealots. He will take out these tanks. And Maru trying to secure the 4th. Actually not going to have the easiest time despite having such a big army supply. Because it was so many Zealots coming in from the left. Still more. Maru is trying to double expand right now. I mean, he's obviously got the bases. It's just securing the actual positions. God, that's so many Zealots here. Meanwhile, in the middle, Planetary Fortress does complete. The bunker at the 3rd, I believe there was a bunker at the 3rd, has been taken down. And Classic is just able to spread Maru too thin, using his bank very effectively. This gateway and pylon actually might end up being kind of what makes the difference here before Maru can get fully set up on 5 bases. Command center going to fall. Classic still has a decent chunk of change in the bank and is obviously mining a hell of a lot more than Maru. And now Colossus even going to be able to range down on this position. There's a lot of ghosts. They're very tanky. But the Colossus with +3 weapons are actually going to do so much damage to those ghosts. The light tag coming into play in a big way. And that is very, very good for Classic. He kills the Planetary at the 5th during all this. Maru, it was a really, really good fight for him initially, but I think he overextended trying to take both bases at once. Underestimated the power of, 46 supply warping in all at once because he didn't know the gateway count. I mean, players aren't really playing this 20-plus gateway style recently. I've seen it come back a little bit, but not as much as it was right when it came out. When it came out around the time of, well, not just around the time, like exactly the time of Gumiho Classic at, that was Home Story Cup 25. 2025? It was the one that I got to go to, which was freaking awesome. Protoss players were legitimately, like, it started out with, like, okay, we make, like, 12 gates, 14 gates. Then they were like, okay, well, we can go more. We can go, like, 16 gates. We can go 18 gates. Then I saw players going up to 20 gates, 24. And I think it capped out around 24 gates. And then it kind of fell out of favor a little bit, going that many gates. So maybe Maru was not expecting Classic to go back into this absolutely bonkers number of gateways. Where was I streaming from before? I was streaming from where I used to live a while ago. And that was a basement, but it was kind of like a basement studio, sort of. Now I'm streaming from Mikondo. 50 gates, insta remax from 100 supply. Yeah, 24 gates, though, is pretty close. Like, just 2 warp-in rounds. 20... If it's all Zealots, it's only 20 seconds. And you've got... What is that? 92 supply? 96? I think it's 96 supply. Yeah, because it's 48. Yeah, 96 supply. It is worth noting, White Rabbit, pretty big map. Pretty big map. This one, not so big. Spawning down on the bottom right, it is Classic for Virtus Pro. And his opponent sending out an early SCV. Oh, is it going to get spotted? Yes, it does. Well, I think I know what this was going to be, and now I know that it won't. Spawning up at the top left for Onside Gaming, it's Maru. Yeah, with the angling of this probe, this was going to be a proxy 1-1-1. 99% sure of it. Classic, though, went with a very early probe scout of his own, and that is the big benefit of an early scout. Is, well, your opponent, if they're proxying, chances are it's going to get discovered. This has actually happened quite a few times to Terrans recently. I'm surprised they're not starting to adjust some of their SCV movement. Like, I know you want to get the SCV across the map very, very quickly. But even if he'd gone like this route, around the outside, accounting for a hero-type probe scout, would have been better than being scouted as he was. Oh, SCV does get taken down. That's unpleasant. Now, he does get the NG Bay block. And this will delay the Nexus a little bit, but this was a very, very early scout from Maru. And while Classic obviously also went for his own quick scout, and he did stay on top of that SCV for a long time, I think you're still very happy with how this has gone so far as Classic. The only thing is he doesn't know what he's up against just yet. Maru going Marine Command Center and not building an additional unit just yet. I think he's just going to wait and drop the reactor. Yeah, I think so. No depot to close the wall just yet either. But will be forthcoming. He wanted that very quick factory. We'll see what Maru elects to do with that. I do like the little corners Maru tends to cut in his builds that a lot of players don't do. And they're not win conditions, but he's setting up these little micro risks. And by micro, I don't mean like micromanagement of your units. I mean micro in the sense of small. Little small risks that when he's behind can kind of help nullify the disadvantage. Sometimes it's cutting a Marine entirely in order to get a faster Cyclone. Sometimes it's cutting production in general, not building a wall for a little longer. It's something that is hard to spot sometimes, but Maru is one of the best players with it. Now, it is going to be a mine drop. Remember that the previous game started with the resources lost at the beginning of the game, before the first Prism died at 7 minutes, I think 16 seconds for Classic. Before that point, Classic had not lost a single unit, and he had killed 900 resources of Maru, including a mine drop that didn't even get to force a mineral line pull. Granted, it was only one Widow Mine, but he built two, and one of them stayed at home. He lost, I think, 5 SCVs very early to the Warp Prism Harass. Like, Classic had a roaring early game. Is this an elimination match? No, this is an opening match. Oh, Widow Mine. Very interesting right here. Maru kind of trying to drop on top of the Stalkers, put on pressure. He does get a kill on the probe on the other side. Oh, Hellion. Nice. Warp in to block. It's a slow warp in. Huh. That's funny. It kind of looks like this pylon should be in range of this gate, but it's not. That's a big nuisance. I would say you want to probably build another pylon maybe like here. Or just remember and don't use that pylon, but it's kind of a nuisance. Yeah, if you build a pylon like here, the only spot where a slow warp in will be a problem would be down in the bottom. But he might just drop a gateway here instead. No, it's a Templar Archives. Okay. Well, I mean, it's going to be basically a two-way storm opener. Kind of. It's not exactly, but it's a very quick Templar Archives. Not as fast of gases as it could be. He still gets a relatively quick third base. This is more like a 2.5 base. But even that feels like... It feels weird, because you're just obviously always able to produce more probes. And this is going to be a macro play out of Classic, at least initially. But the thing about these kind of plays is they can very quickly turn into I have 5 storms, and I attack across the map, and you just die. And if we don't see any forges, I think Classic might be angling towards that. Oh, there we go. Forge comes in. Now, it's easier said than done saying, oh, you just died. Oh, Widow Mine actually does get a kill. Auto turret in the main. I totally did not see that Raven cross the map. I just happened to look at the battle report and see auto turret being cast as I looked at it. That was pretty lucky. Oh, another kill on a stalker by that Widowmine. Okay. Maru getting some decent little value, and he gets 5 probes with the auto turret pass. Okay. Not bad at all. But if it's not a storm push, it looks like it's going to be a storm drop. Maru does have a 3rd CC. He's 10 workers behind, but with mules, that is not the biggest of problems just yet. He's okay. Lack of a Ghost Academy, though. That is a big problem. It is in production, but those ghosts don't get out instantly. Takes a little bit of time, and there's no combat shields either. Uh-oh. It is going to be 2 Templar, 2 Zealots. Looks like dropping into the main base. Classic not pushing out across the map. Oh, Storm is going to hit the SCVs and Marines alike. Oh, God, that last Storm is huge. 17 SCVs. Oh, my God. Ay, ay, ay. 2 Zealots and an Observer, I guess, sure. For 17 SCVs and a Marine. Maru is already in so much trouble. Oh, my God. The first 2 storms were nice. Maru kind of bunched up his SCVs and Marines. It felt like they were going to get away, potentially. Some of the SCVs. But then it was the 3rd storm that landed here that Maru, I think, was not expecting. And to be fair, I kind of wasn't either. That was, you're not necessarily expecting a High Templar to have double storm. Even with an energy recharge. Because there was only 2 High Templar in the prison, but he got 3 storms off. But, well, this is going to be very, very, very difficult for Maru to deal with now. Classic already about to have a 4th base. Getting the gases there is interesting. Storm drop coming in once again. This time Maru very quick on the pull. And only loses 2 SCVs. Does lose some mule mining time. Almost killed the prison. That would have been amazing. Since there was 2 Templar inside. Classic. Okay. Gonna be a Stargate coming in. I don't mind this one bit. This is a pretty decent map to try and go for Sky Toss. In particular, Tempests. Harassing this middle base. We saw SOS trying to do that versus Maru in the play-in match. But was not able to... well, he was actually able to set up a pretty sick position in the middle. But he wasn't able to win the game off of it. Maru got some very clutch nukes. The thing is, Classic's solidly ahead at this point. Maru's not out of this game just yet, but it'll be harder for him to overwhelm a potential Sky Toss play. Oh, Prism drop once again. This time it does get taken down. Okay. So Classic, a little bit greedy with a low HP Prism trying to go in there. Does get punished. 3 more Stargates and a Fleet Beacon. The thing is, Maru's got some good tech in the form of the Ghosts and a decent number of Siege Tanks. What he does not have is super fast, really great upgrades. Classic already has the +1 air weapons halfway done, more than. And we don't even actually see +2 armor start up yet for Maru. I mean, you can't be safe against everything. That's how the game is. It's just this is how RTS works. Meanwhile, Classic also getting 8 more gateways. It is going to be Tempests here. Okay, so it's not going to be carriers, where those upgrades are more important. And I do think it's better to stick to the Tempest play on this map. Classic may do what SOS did previously, which is build a crap ton of batteries. He's going to put them out of range of the sensor tower, and that makes a lot of sense. The thing is, the Colossus actually could kill this sensor tower. It's very, very exposed. He doesn't know that, but it would be beneficial. What we didn't see SOS do, and I would love to see Classic do, is build a Nexus so that these batteries have full energy when built. And additionally, You're able to energy recharge into the fight, and it's fast warp-ins, if that ever becomes relevant without having to build a gateway. And most importantly, without having to complete a gateway. Now we are going to see cannons starting up. Maru's going to see this. He's going to scan, and he's going to say, okay, you've already got the Tempest on the way. Storms. Not going to be able to be cast just yet. But as this is revealed, you may as well start going to work. Second starport nearly done. But this is already looking very unpleasant for Maru. Anti-armor missile going to try and hit on these Tempests. Does connect. What's the Viking count at right now? It's at 8, which is definitely enough to contest these Tempests for now. But Classic can outproduce kind of nicely, at least for the moment. Oh, EMP once again connecting. Would love to see an Oracle added in from Classic just to get the vision. Storm does try and connect on the Vikings. You need those Storms to keep the Tempest safe. And Classic is already controlling this space nastily. And in fact, is going to just win the fight against the Tempests if, well, not even if, he just does. Sorry, against the Tempests, against the Vikings with the Tempests. Do we have Tectonic Destabilizers on the way? Yes, it started up now, plus 2 ship weapons as well. There's a ton of ghosts here. Widow Mines on the side here. Time Warp looking for some of these ghosts, perhaps. Without an overwhelming number of Vikings, you just get bullied. There's nothing really to stop it. And Classic is continuing to get, like, max range shots off. Oh. I think a Thor would make sense. I think there's already too many Tempests, honestly. 7 Tempests will rip through a Thor. Plus 2 shields, by the way, already done. Oh, recall. Oh, we're recalling over the gap. Oh, wow. Maru was setting up for, I don't know, a counterattack or a big flank. He's going to recall out with everything. That was very funky. Ultimately, that could have ended up being actually a disaster for Classic. But he recalls back out very quickly. That was a really funny way to put both of your recalls on cooldown. Classic doesn't know about Maru's 5th in the top right. No, he doesn't. But I think he's really focused on this position anyways. Oh, Mothership is going to get jumped by these Vikings. That's actually very, very nice for Maru. This army is actually really fragile for Classic, despite its value. There's not a lot that deals with the Vikings. Where are the High Templar? There's 6 of them, kind of sprinkled around. Nuke. Where's the nuke? Where is the nuke? I legitimately don't even know. I think it got canceled. Vikings barely able to take down that Tempest, but they do get it. The thing is, 9 Tempests versus, well, now 13 Vikings. There are plus 2 ship weapons, but there's also shield upgrades on the Tempest. This is very weird. I actually don't know who will win this fight between the Tempest and the Vikings. Obviously, Storm complicates things. Maru's been looking for a counterpunch this whole game. Oh, that Planetary gets absolutely blasted by the Fireball Tempests. Storm hitting the Vikings is so bad for Maru. He's about to complete 3-3. Got 3-2 for the moment. Oh, he walks through a big storm with the Vikings. They get hit so hard. And the bio, for that matter. It is able to heal up, but there's not a crazy number of medevacs. Actually, only 5. Maru's got this pocket base, but it's actually on fire. Oh my god, please tell me he repairs it. Okay, he did just start repairing it. Got down to sub 60 HP before he started repairing it. I do like Maru's game plan of trying to go for the counterattack. Just go for it. Hope to maybe catch your opponent. Unfortunately, a Speed Observer did just spot it. Storm on the Ghosts. It's actually pretty unpleasant. This army is already bruised up. It is not ready to fight. Maru on 140 army supply. Is that a feedback? I think it was that maybe killed that ghost. Oh, wow. Look at this. Mass recall. Nexus mass recall. 11 Psy Storms. 2 feedbacks. 32 EMPs. A Shredder missile and a nuclear strike. I was today years old when I realized it's called nuclear strike, not call down nuke. Wait, really? Wow, that's interesting. That's actually much cooler in my opinion. Nuclear strike. We're going on strike. Nuclear style. We're going to see an attempted flank coming in. But Classic, really good zoning storms here. He's got this observer on the left. It doesn't see everything. Oh. Flank attempt could be very scary. Maru is holding position behind the army with a massive, massive ball of bio. But the observer now sees it. Classic, I feel like he needs to just get out of here. Oh, this feels like the biggest trap he's walking into in his life. EMP is going to prevent storms. This is going to be a very good fight for Maru. What will he be able to get done off the back of it? It needs to be a victory right here and now. 16 Zealots, 3 carriers, a Mothership, 2 Colossus, and a Partridge in a Pear Tree on the production tab. Classic already catching up in supply, but it is not going to be the most high-quality supply. Very nice little EMP. Scan sees the Templar behind this. Oh, God, the storm! The distraction on the other side of the map, killing a base and allowing for another huge storm. God, big storms here. That one does not go off on the bottom side. The medevacs have crazy amounts of energy. Maru, it is just go time. You do not hesitate. You absolutely go for the jugular. And can he find it? This carrier. Oh, if he can get these, this would be 4 Stargates depowered potentially. There's a pylon that is the Artosis pylon of the Sentry. Won't get it, but he does kill a Stargate. These carriers are actually... Well, they're 202. They're not the scariest for the bio. But preventing the production could have been really big. Storms are going to try and connect. This actually may end up being the difference maker. Most of the interceptors have been taken out. Maru is still way ahead in army supply. Classic's got 5,000 minerals, 2,000 gas in the bank, but he can't spend it. A lot of his gateways already switched off. There's still a lot more in the main. But the Stargates are dead. Maru is still mining. Classic is still mining way more. There's the tactical nuclear strike called down again at the natural. There's nothing really here. Maru adding on a Liberator does get taken out. This might get a couple probes, but it gets a couple probes, kills a Forge or something. Not really a big deal. There's no armor, by the way, for Classic's army. Classic is going to go for a base trade. I think that is 100% the correct call. Maybe should have gone for it before. The thing is, this is a small map. He's got a lot of... Oh, wow. He wants more Stargates and Robos. Damn, this is a Roddy base if ever there was one. Stargates, Robos. Oh, Storm on the ramp is a biggin. It is a biggin. +1 air armor is going to complete. Where's the second Cyber Core? Oh, no, it's the first Cyber Core. It's in the main. It is going to get depowered. Now all these gateways are going to be switched off or killed. In many cases, both. There are 4 gateways currently on... Sorry, 3. And they're right here. They're all depowered. Classic is killing the planetary in the top right that kind of eluded him for a while. Does Maru have any SCVs on the map? I think he's maybe got enough army to contest. This base trade is getting wild. Let's take a look at the units tab here. Army value, units tab. Army value still in favor of Maru, but his army is split. Oh, that's a big scan. That's a big spot on these units. Storm will hit the reinforcements, but it could have been so much worse. Maru having to go back through the storm is actually very unpleasant. Time Warp is going to slow down a lot of this army. High ground advantage will be nice. Cannons contributing a little bit on the left side. I feel like this is not the fight for Maru, but he might just have too much anyways. This was the best position I feel like Classic could have fought in. Classic has spent the majority of his bank and doesn't have the craziest eco. He's now on just 28 probes. Gonna have to give up this base. He's still got bases on the left side. Bases for days. But not like, 20 days, 30 days, like 2 days. Building a Twilight Council right here is absolutely wild with this position very safe. I wonder if he's trying to draw Maru in. Like, keep him occupied in this position while Classic does continue to mine more. Cloaking Field activated again. How many... Oh, there's 4 orbitals. They actually have a lot of energy. At least one of them does. Counterattack coming in once again from Classic. He's going to find the rest of the SCVs. I think that's... There's one more somewhere else. Okay, it's in the natural right now. Oh, unfortunately, it is going to... It's going to be led to. Now Classic full committing to the base trade. There will be 1 Ghost and 1 Marine in the main, and that is it. Now the carriers are very, very good because they're... Oh, do not want to lose the carrier to missile turret, please. Okay, he targets the missile turret down. Good job. Good job. Good job. Maru's killing bases, but Classic is taking the top right even. Landing Vikings at this base. Good quick reaction time from Classic. How many structures are there? There's a crazy amount. Maru... Does he have a strong enough army to actually beat Classic is the question. Beat Classic's army. He is going to be reduced to 1 orbital. Classic hasn't seen it, funnily enough. Time Warp would have been so good on the ramp for the fight, but it ends up having to be used as an escape mechanism. It's a good choice. Recall to the top right. The fact that this command center escaped is huge. Absolutely massive for Maru. Oh, EMP. The army is... There's 4 sentries, and they all got EMP. Guardian Shield does get popped. That's a very, very good thing for Classic, but he is down in upgrades in a big, big way. He's pulling back to the center position. That nuke that was made by Maru is so valuable here. Classic may have to try and die for it. He doesn't have any Tempest yet. Or left, I should say. Boom. Oh, that was a sick nuke that's going to enable the breakthrough in the middle. And now it's an Artosis pylon again. That's 5 cannons depowered and the battery. It only had 12 energy left anyways. Classic only has the 1 base. The Zealot, by the way, still live in the main. DT. I actually don't think DTs are a great choice for Classic, to be honest. Oh, these probes. He's going to try and escape out with them, but they will get spotted and killed. Only going to be 1 probe remaining for Classic. He doesn't have money for a Nexus. So it is just his main Nexus that is still live. The carrier does spot this command center. But I think the Vikings are maybe enough to kill it. Actually, they absolutely are. That carrier's going to try and run away. It's not going to be able to escape. Classic. He's going to try and target down the ghosts. Oh, if he kills all the ghosts, there won't be any EMPs available. It's just the scans. But there is a scan available. These 2 DTs. Oh, he's trying to kill that 1 ghost. Why is he not scanning? There's the scan. Okay. So important to keep the units alive. There's another scan available shortly. EMP. Oh, he's just now got energy for it. There's 3 ghosts. 2 of them actually have EMP. Classic finally going to turn on this. Oh, the EMP whiffs. And he actually hits his own medevacs. It doesn't matter. They're all like capped. Did he hit his own medevacs? No, they're like all capped out on energy. He must have missed it. Interesting. This game is wild. What is Classic's army supply? He's got 3 carriers. Did he kill? Oh my god. He killed the orbital. Oh, Maru's going to be revealed. He doesn't have any scans. Now it is just up to the EMPs. Is there a DT still alive? Yes, there is. There is only 1 EMP currently available. Classic doesn't have any Nexi either, though. Wait a minute. Where are the rest of the... Okay, they're all around. They're all around. How many structures does Maru have? I mean, we see right here, they're both going to lose structures at an alarming rate. They both are being revealed. This is an actual literal base race. Classic... I don't think he can do it, though. Oh, but if Classic can kill parts of the army, which he absolutely can. There's no anti-air on this left side. He could still theoretically... Actually, how much anti-air? There's only 2 Marines, a Viking, and 3 Ghosts. The carrier... There's only 10 Interceptors, though. Oh, he's got a Mothership. Can the Mothership win? The Mothership can win this game solo. He kills the Viking. The Mothership can actually win this game solo. I don't think you can kill the Mothership with what you've got. You've got 2 Marines and 3 Ghosts. The Mothership has +3 weapons. No, it's got +2. I legitimately don't know the math. I have no idea about the math. There's so much healing. Did the DT go down? No, it is still alive. Oh, this is the last of the pylons. He might be able to kill them. Oh, Classic, what a blunder. He left the pylons exposed. That was the last of them. Here I am doing all this complex math. Mothership can't be touched. And Classic exposes the buildings and they all die. Oh my God, what a brutal, brutal throw out of Classic there. I'm not saying it was going to be an easy win, but leaving your structures abandoned in that situation is... That's not it. It's not it. There's no way around it. So sick out of Maru, though. That felt like Maru was puppet mastering that whole situation for like 15 minutes straight. Absolutely bonkers game. Because Maru can see all buildings, right? Correct? Yep, Maru can see all buildings. Classic can see all of Maru's buildings. Maru can see all of Classic's. Holy moly. That is why we do this, you know? I still believe that 5th in the corner was Classic's biggest mistake. It lived for too long. You might be right about that, Potato Wizard, but it seems like he didn't want to give up the center. I think going for Tempest was a mistake. So much happened, you can't boil it down to just one mistake. You really can't. All right, minute of ads real quick. God, what a game. What a game. Absolutely bonkers, nutty, awesome stuff. I can and will. Fair enough. Welcome, Klaus Dog. This tournament is sick. Maru and Sarah both playing. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. God, that was so cool. What a what an absolutely crazy situation. All right, game number 3 on another short map, but a very wide open one. Not going to be a lot of chokes for Terrans to take advantage of with, let's say, Liberators, Siege Tanks. Not easy to defend outlying bases and slowly creep out. Spawning top down in the bottom left, it is Classic for Virtus Pro. And his opponent spawning up in the top right for onside gaming, it is Maru. In the red. It is entirely possible that, yeah, he didn't think Maru could have as much as he did. But, I mean, there's no doubt that at the end of the game, he didn't realize how few structures he had left. And the thing is, they were all spread around, so it's easy to think like, oh, I'm super safe because you have, you know, multiple positions on the map. But Maru did a great job of kind of splitting up his units, and Classic no doubt had the slower army. Even without stims. With stims, it was a way slower army. But Maru just, yeah, that was a vintage Maru game. And that's the kind of game that when people are like Maru equals GOAT, those are the kind of games that you can point to and say, okay, this is a strong argument you've made. That was the kind of game, more so than anything, Not even about the GOAT discussion. That earns you the title of 4th race, you know? Very, very impressive stuff. All right. Good probe harass here in game number 3. Thank you very much. A dog wearing shades, by the way, for the 100 bits. Appreciate it very, very much. Thank you. It is going to be a chrono on the first adept. No chrono on the stalker. Maru opening up with a pretty quick tech lab on the factory. Reaper. Oh, that was a nice little probe juke. Kind of like that. There's going to be a Twilight Council. Oh, Maru's not able to escape, but he gets away just far enough from that adept. Oh, my God. Really nice trap with the Cyber Core. Preventing the jump out of the main. But this Reaper gets away anyways. Very, very well done by Maru there. Very unfortunate for Classic. You can't feel good about that one. It is going to be 2 additional gateways before Robo for Classic. Not super duper crazy, but interesting. Meanwhile, Cloak Banshee. Oh, okay. Classic is going to use the shrubs to full advantage right there. Does get the kill on the Reaper. There is that Robo facility coming in now. Classic playing pretty safe here in game number 3. Wanting to prioritize the ability to build a decent number of units early on. Maru, no bunker at the natural. Despite the fact that he didn't build the fastest siege tank by any means here. There's going to be tank production behind this. But could have been a little bit of a nuisance. In fact, we're actually going to see Maru getting aggressive. Very interesting here. Cloak Banshee will show up. Where is the first Observer being rallied? Forward across the map. That's not ideal for Classic. I love the pre-cloak. I really like the pre-cloak here. Otherwise, this Observer's already on its way back, and now there's no recall energy available. This is going to be a couple of probes right out the gate. Lot of lost mining time. Very successful first Banshee. At this level of play, very successful first Banshee. 3 probes, no damage taken. Lot of lost mining. And a scout on the timing of the 3rd. Oh, now this second observer, or this observer does spot the second Banshee. And that is quite nice. He's actually chronoing out a 3rd observer. Maru, I think we'll probably be able to see that there's an observer tailing this one Banshee. The Banshee trying to come in the natural is going to get intercepted and killed instantly. Nice move from Classic to stop following with this observer. And just kind of bridge the gap to where the second observer, or I guess in this case, 3rd observer, was going to join up, intercept, and provide that protection, or detection, not protection. Classic going into Quick Storm, it seems, once again, but not as quick as the previous game. Previous game was a very fast storm. This game, a fair bit later. Maru, in fact, will have a push-out timing before Storm is done if he's so inclined. Classic, as he's going to try and get into the main. Could go for a snipe on Stim or Combat Shields. He doesn't know which one this is, but that would be not great with these units here. There is a tank behind us. This is absolutely an ambush that Maru is setting up. Oh. This is a very much cat and mouse game, but I feel like either of them could be the cat or the mouse. Observer. Oh, Maru knew the observer. He knew the observer was there. But he didn't sneak far enough around it. And now Classic is able to blink out just before Stim and Combat Shields were completed. That could have been a very scary situation. Banshee on the other side of the map does find 3 more probes. Oh, no, but he doesn't send it far enough away. It is... Oh, just barely saved there. Storm will now complete. Classic got it out in a hurry. I think he must have double chronoed this. And the fact that the Stalkers, there was this cat and mouse game with the Blink Stalkers and the huge Terran force, means that Storm had the time to complete. And with the scan coming in, Maru says, no way. Can't do it. Can't touch you. And he just has to back away. It's a good scan because the alternative is losing the game potentially to an army that is very ready for yours. So it's a wise decision for Maru to back away, but I don't think he's going to be super, super happy with this. That being said, Classic didn't have any upgrades. Maru already has the Ghost Academy. Decent Widowmine spread. Siege tanks are going to be able to siege up and set up for a protective shell around this third base. Maru, though, this is going to be... It's going to be tough to deal with the potential attack. Okay, he gets Vision of the Zealots initially. First Widowmine does get taken out. Second one burrows up without a problem. Storm getting avoided pretty well. Marauders forcing out another Storm, and he kills that Templar. Very nice little snipe by Maru. Good start to this engagement, and this is before the Ghosts even join up. Medevac's loading up with the... Oh, this is the anti-prism squad. Okay. It's like, what is this? It's such a strange number of units, but makes a lot of sense. I think I do like Maru's position right now in this game, but Classic is expanding quickly. He's double expanding, taking the 4th and the 5th. Oh, that Cyclone could have gotten the sickest connection on this Prism. Observer able to detect these units. Missile turret won't be able to prevent this from getting in here. Storm does go off. 3 Storms, in fact. Cyclone will get the interception on the way back out. And that's only 3 SCVs for 3 Templar and a Prism. That was terrible for Classic, honestly. I wonder if he didn't realize that the Cyclone spotted him. A tale of 2 Storm drops. The one from game number 2 and the one from game 3 here. Maru ahead in the upgrades. 2-2 on the way. +1 ship weapons. He's got a 4th command center started up as well. Adding on Vikings 2 at a time. That will prepare him for this Colossus switch from Classic. Classic, meanwhile, adding 6 more gateways. And this is where the Protoss economy can become a really big problem. Scan kills the Observer in the middle. How many Observers do we have? Just 2 now. One of them, I mean, they're both quite well placed. Cyclone just sacking itself on the other side of the map. Finds 3 probes, not bad. For a unit that was basically just a glorified scout, gonna be pretty happy about that. Oh, wandering into the missile turret. Very awkward from Classic. Loses that to a Widowmine. Storm coming in. Nice feedbacks on the medevacs. Feedbacker. Providing feedback as a feedbacker. It's a rather small army from Classic. It's very EMP-able, but SCVs take a big hit on from the Storm. God, that is so many Zealots on the right side. 20 Zealots here. All but one of them. Widowmine shot, not bad. Siege tank going to discourage a chase. Or discourage going further in, I should say. Now we're going for a little bit of a chase. Scan comes in. The Templar have to be careful about clumping. This is a situation where both players have access to extremely powerful tools that could turn the fight very, very hard one way or another. The thing is, Classic is keeping Maru off of his 4th. So even though it doesn't look like a whole lot is happening, this is good for Classic. Maru, though, is about to complete the 2-2, and that might be go time for him. Going to have a double upgrade advantage. Classic needs to be willing to give up this position if the fight looks bad. This is a short map, and even with, well, okay, 14 gates. It's a lot of gates. And there's a lot of money in the bank already for Classic. You still got to be careful, though. Is that a High Templar? It was. Tried to sneak up on the army. Just ends up going down for free. Does 3 damage, courtesy of its water balloon. 2-2 will now complete for Clásico. Maru really needs to take this 4th base. It's very unfortunate that he wasn't able to find a fight before this 2-2 kicked in for Classic. Maru does have his 3-3 on the way. Going up to, funnily enough, just 7 barracks instead of 8. Oh, Prism going to try and drop on the army on the top side. That's a really nice storm. 6 starts the engagement for Classic. Maru going to be forced to lift the command center, but it might go down anyways. SCV's trying to repair. They might be enough. God, the Colossus get absolutely melted. The base does survive. Looks like an Observer maybe dying on the back end. Gets an Archon on the chase as well. Zealots on the right side get hit hard by the mines, but are going to be able to kill a lot of SCVs here. But that was a really, really great fight for Maru. But was it great enough? I mean, Classic is already just 20 army supply down. And Maru's still got to heal up his army. He's got a lot of ghosts on the field, but not a crazy economy anymore. Only 60 SCVs. Planetary Fortress, though, will just barely complete as Classic tries to get in once again. That's a big storm on the Marines. Second follow-up storm, and Classic, he's just going to crack this planetary, it looks like. The mass repair is just not quite enough. Despite the fact that there was no Immortals, Archons, Zealots, Blink Stalkers, putting big damage in there. Maru has an orbital ready to go. Classic up to 24 gates in a moment. DT Shrine 3-3. Very close to completing. Maru not quite done his 3-3. And now it's 4 disruptors on the field. Maru able to avoid that first volley. Now we're having to stim to the right side. There's no defenses for this 3rd base. And this feels very, very scary. Oh, we are going to see disruptors mostly getting killed or avoided. Classic did just lose a lot right there. There's only 4 High Templar on the field. And only 2 of them actually have Storm. If Maru goes right now, might be his best chance. He didn't get +2 ship weapons a while ago. And I can't blame him. He's not super rich. Oh, Zealot drops into the natural. One Prism does go down, but the second one will get through. The only thing for Classic is he doesn't have a lot of free supply. Missile turret, though. Oh, almost killing that 1 Prism. God, he was so close to killing that with the Prism. 12 HP. Caduceus Reactor does complete. But the Fusion Core will still go down. SCVs pulling in the natural just kind of buffer the Zealots, but they're getting absolutely murdered. 17 SCVs go down. Maru, I think you just don't rebuild SCVs, and I think you go. He's going to be on 156 army supply if he maxes out once again. Classic on 86 probes is actually going to have a very difficult time contesting the incredibly powerful army of Maru. You got to kind of chip away at it over time. Sensor tower giving a bit of information. Oh, he barely denies the warp in there. That's huge. Disruptor shots in the middle of the map. Maru did just lose a fair amount, and storms are going to be a big problem. Huge feedbacks as well. EMP was not in time. It is so difficult to keep all of your bases safe. DT does get cleaned up in the main base, as well as the last of the Zealots. But now Maru, I think he's abandoned the idea of we go with a 150 army supply and just try and hope for the best. I think he realizes correctly that it would be a very, very tough situation for him. Oh, Prisms once again bypassing the majority of the defenses. Oh, God, another storm. There was a Templar inside of that Prism. Very nicely done. Zealot actually killing the missile turret, allowing the Prism to escape. Second one is kind of hiding there in the main, top corner. Classic is doing a really, really good job here. Vikings do take down that Prism. Maru loses the 5th orbital, though. Classic has just been outmining his opponent by such a massive, massive margin at this point. Maru's doing everything he can. Oh, he will intercept this Prism, but Classic... Well, it wasn't actually an attempt to intercept the Prism. Storm is actually going to be used on landed Vikings out of a Prism and actually kills like 5 of the Vikings. Sheesh. Sheesh. Prism once again getting into the main base. Classic is being so tenacious with these. It does get taken down by some bio that was left back behind. Siege tanks are going to be finally killed off here. I think those tanks have been around for almost the entirety of this game. Maru, though, does get across the map with a large army. Recall comes in. Scan saw the recall here, not where it actually was going. Vikings do actually kill this Nexus, leaving just a paltry 8 Nexus remaining for Classic. Maru going to try and take the fight here. EMP is kind of blanketing the same area. Don't really hit the best targets. I don't know if they hit much of anything, honestly. Maru, oh, Storm. Oh, it's a very nice double Storm right there. Gonna zone out the army. Maru trying to get the wraparound on this. It is very difficult to control all these flanks. God, this is an insane game right now. The army control is outstanding from both. Maru kiting back. He's trying to set up for a big flank. Archons. Oh, that disruptor shot could have hit all of these Marines. It actually gets avoided pretty well, hitting a couple of Marauders instead. Disruptors, these ones are pretty decent, but Maru is going to be able to take down the majority of the army. However, Classic has already rebuilt 22 Zealots. Storm's available once again. EMP hitting the Observer, hitting some of the Zealots, not hitting the Templar. Now, the Medivacs have insane energy regeneration. How many Storms do we have? 3 High Templar, 1 big Storm in the middle. God, it is a big Storm. 3 Colossus at once. That feels like it might very well be the backbreaker. There's a lot of Marauders, a lot of Marines, a couple of Ghosts, but only 1 Viking. And these Zealots are going to make it very difficult to get on top of those Colossus. One of them will actually get sniped here, but this is Maru's army being whittled down. Second Colossus being saved. Archon going to finish morphing right on top of the bio, gets a couple of good, decent hits. Maru is just getting whittled down to nothing at this point. Classic on the other side, still killing workers, denying economy, and GG is called. Classic playing that one to perfection. Maru doing so many things so well there to give himself a shot. But Classic just shutting the door at every possible moment. Every move, it felt like, from Maru was checked and was like blocked. That was just an extremely high-level game from both players. It can simultaneously be true that Classic played that extremely well and that TVP is not in the best spot. And I think both are true. I think both are true. Guys, if a profile says Master 3 and Silver 2, what rank is the guy? I'm new and very confused. They are Silver 2. So that is there's a bug where players will sometimes get Masters League borders, even though they're not in Masters League in reality. Welcome, everybody. Thank you very much, Zeloson, for the Prime subby. Thank you very, very much. Massively appreciated. It is going to be Classic versus Reynor in the next one. think we'll head to a little break. We're just going to make sure. Next one will be a best of 5. I believe it is going to be the winner's match between Maru and... Sorry, Classic and Reynor. Oh, it looks like Roddy had to go, I guess. Ah. Just want to make sure that it is, in fact, going to be a break before we... before I, you know, put up a break screen and stretch my legs, whatnot. Wow, wow, wow. Reynor loved playing Classic? Oh, I don't think that he did. I don't think that he did. It's I mean it's very frustrating to play a player like Classic because he is just very, very sturdy, very difficult to break. Oh. Okay, yeah. It's going to be like 12 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Once again, I'm just kind of fiddling around with stuff. Trying to figure out what the best... Well, we gotta do some other stuff before we figure out what the best way to utilize things is. Herder. All right. What do we got going on so far? Well, we've got, as you can see, first 2 matches concluded. And it is going to be Reynor Classic coming up here. Maestros. Maestros. I gotta sneeze. It's GSL style. Yeah. Pardon me. Ayah. All right, first map of this best of 5 series, this winners match between Reynor and Classic, is going to be on Missing You Today. It's a funny name for a map, no doubt about it. All right, and here we go. Spawning up in the top left, it is Virtus Pro's Classic. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right for Basilisk, it's Reynor. Yeah. Was that thunder? Heh. Sneeze. Is this live? Of course it's live. Of course it is live. We are ready to go. Some SC2 action. Oh, look at Reynor just jumping around the map right there. That was interesting. This is totally dead. Startail, staying alive. Hey, welcome Rextor. Reynor spamming away in the early game. Get that APM up. Is this... Okay, this is West Central, West Central, West. So that is going to be ping advantage to Classic in this first game. I mean, we can't really get away from it when one player lives in Italy, one player lives in the Mecca of esports, South Korea. Missing You Today. First of all, hilarious map name. Just very funny. Very aesthetically pleasing map. Really funky because it's quite a large map. And there's this weird, like, almost maze on the bottom side. Bottom left. I like that you censored gamer. Very well done, Dro. Very well done. Continuing to earn that there VIP. Oh. We've got Reynor taking a page out of Lambo with the Zergling zoning. But in this case, he still does build the second set of lings. Does not want to get caught with a block at his third. I mean, realistically, it's pretty unlikely that your opponent would be able to block on a map where there's 2 viable thirds. Classic, one of the... God, he's just one of the most ironclad ZVP players. Really the only ZVP player, it feels like, that is actually, at the moment, capable of challenging Cyril in the late game on a consistent basis. Doesn't mean that Reynor's not going to be able to do something. One, well, he had an opportunity to craft potentially multiple all-ins. And 2, Reynor's no slouch in the late game himself. I know he doesn't like ZVP. Who among us does, am I right, fellas? But it doesn't mean he's not capable of showing some very nice results. Speaking of things going well for Reynor, that is a really nice pickoff on the probe, trying to take this third Nexus. That's going to delay this bad boy for solid 20 seconds, just about. Very nicely done. Twilight Council off one gate is kind of crazy. You see the Evo chamber starting up here. Reynor trying to save that drone. Not able to do so. Oh, but he gets baited away from the third. The Queens were not in position. That is 2 more drones going down. That's a nice little start for Classic. Nice little bit of value. Charge going to be the weapon of choice here for Classic. No Forge just yet. So, psych. It's right there in the natural. I was kidding. It was a meme. But starting Charge well before +1 is quite interesting. Adepts. Oh, well, one of them will be surrounded. Reynor, of course, one of the speediest players to ever do it. And as a result, his Zerglings are second to none. Taking a gold base early. Ooh, look at this creep spread already getting quite aggressively forward here on Missing You Today. God, what a funny name. I am feeling some stutter, but I don't think it's on my end. I hope not. Game's feeling a little bit wavery, let's say. Classic. Adding Storm. Oh, that Queen setup could get the kill. He does. Classic needed to cancel that stasis trap. Didn't do so, and as a result, Reynor gets a huge kill. Already on 71 drones. Sheesh. This is a good start for Reynor. But he does need to realize what Classic is up to. Hydralisk Den starts up here. Stasis trap in the main base could go off, and it looks like it is going to. Oh, that's a lot of drones hit. Well, he adds a second stasis trap, but he doesn't cancel it, and he's going to lose the Oracle again. Oh, Classic. We can't be making those mistakes. We cannot be making those mistakes. Reynor, obviously, a little bit of mistake letting that stasis trap go off unanswered. But an equivalently... Well, actually, no. That's just a much bigger blunder. Letting a Spore Crawler get the kill on the second Oracle. Now, this could be very, very scary for Reynor. He's morphing in some Banes. He doesn't have his Bane speed. He's got +1 melee. Lane counterattack is actually going to be really nasty here. +1 weapons just completed. This shield battery will get targeted. It's not able to be defended. I think the Lings are still going to win this fight. Reynor will be able to give up this base if he can find some counter damage. But looks like Classic able to just barely get enough units. Banelings do get some decent connections at home. And there's no reinforcements into the fight, so the Hydras, Lings, and Queens will be able to deal with this. Very nice wraparound on the back end Archon. Oh, can Classic get away with these 2 Archons? They are low on HP. More Lings flooding in. I think these are the Lings that were actually on the other side of the map. Reynor kills 1 Archon and is going to be able to run down the second one. Very nice start for Reynor. He is now so far ahead in supply. Classic is on just 3 bases. Man, Reynor is cooking right now. Sheesh. Gets Bane speed. He is on 77 drones. He's on the gold base, even taking one of the gases there. No additional attack upgrade just yet. Storm is completed. Oh, is there no Hydra speed? No, there's not. He went range first. That did help him in the initial engagement, but it means these Hydras are slow AF. Slow as fudge. Of course, that's a reference to Cornelius Fudge, who was very slow to recognize that Voldemort had returned in the world of Harry Potter. A little bit of pre-splitting coming in. Bane speed not yet done. Reynor's got to be careful about coming from just one angle. It's kind of getting drawn in here. Prism on the other side of the map could be very nasty. Reynor kind of needs to go like right now and get a breakthrough. High Templar are going to be able to be pulled back. Archon's tanking as best as possible, but there's not a lot of Zealots here. Zealot drop on the other side is causing a problem, but he's going to warp in at home defensively. Banelings, more of them do show up. That will be enough to deal with these Zealots. Pylon is going to fall. Classic actually looks like he F2'd the Prism back home. Oh, that is a problem. Now, drones on the other side are falling, but Reynor will kill this fourth. And this Prism from Classic truly got F2'd all the way back into Oblivion. Trying to target the Archon here. He's ignoring the Zealots. It will escape for the moment. Base does ultimately get finished off. Looks like the Zealots were cleared up as well. It was a chaotic situation, but Reynor was ahead going into it. Classic definitely had, with the Prism on the other side of the map, he had theoretical advantage, I think. But the fact that he F2'd it back home really just screwed him over completely. Because even if you lose the third, but if you kill a whole mineral line, or if you like... there's a lot of ways that could have gone worse for Reynor with Zealots on the other side of the map. I'll just say that. As it is now, it is a 3-base Protoss trying to drop storms in a very wide open area. A couple Zealots will get in on top of the gold base, but Reynor's got a Queen there. He's got a couple of units to help defend. A couple of Lings popping out. Actually, not going to be enough here. He's got more Lings, but they're not quite in position. Banelings, though, get down on top of the mineral line. 14 probes go down. Oh, and Zealots charge right into the Banes as they were about to get taken down by an Archon. That is a huge loss for Classic. Robo facility goes down, and now these last couple of power units are going to get chased down and killed. And at this point, there is no doubt that it is Reynor's game in the bag. Zealot warping on the other side of the map will be a nuisance, but Reynor doesn't need to simultaneously get crazy damage on the other side of the map while defending this. He can now shift all of his focus to the defense and will be able to do so successfully and completely. Reynor, he crushed it in game one. That was with ping advantage for Classic, which makes it all the more surprising. Honestly, I genuinely do think that if it's not for the F2 on the Prism, I think that's a very different situation. I'm not going to pretend like it's going to be super easy. Not going to pretend like it's going to be super easy, but it definitely was not ideal, to say the very least. Non-negligible chance Trigger beats Maru. That would be a massive, massive, massive upset if Trigger were able to beat Maru. And I mean, yeah, that would be... That would just be crazy. That would just be really, really crazy. I do agree, it's not impossible, but that would be a huge, huge, huge dub. So if Reynor wins now and Maru wins his own match, then Maru's going to play toss into toss into toss. Correct. Correct. That is how that would go. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? The question that's on everybody's mind at all times. Trigger is the new Shin, isn't he? Another... I don't think they're same there yet. I think Maru does that to a lot of players for a long time before they're finally able to beat him. Like, MaxPax was 0-6 in series versus Maru until he finally won a particularly impressive victory. I'm talking about the individual map. It was a World Team League map, and it caused Psystorm Gaming to defeat Onside Gaming. Were they still onside, or were they Vitality at that point? I think they were just onside. Might have been Vitality, but either way, it was like a huge upset. And he went 1-1. It was the first map win. And, yeah, it ended up being 4-2 instead of 3-3 and an ace match. All right, here we go. Spawning down in the bottom left for Basilisk, it is Reynor. In the red. And his opponent spawning out the top right for Virtus Pro. It is Classic. In the blue. Thank you for the follow, Beef83 with an A. That could be like Bay. Bay F? Bia? B? I guess it's still pronounced B, isn't it? Or Bay? Usually it'd be short for, like, Beatrice. This pylon looks like it is misplaced. I'm pretty sure there's an indicator on the ground that says, put your pylon here, and Classic's like, no! Which, well, BAF? Yeah, yep. I wouldn't trust the map indicators. Oh, why not? Supposed to be flying the Canadian flag right now. That's true. Yeah, Trigger's gonna absolutely own Maru. He's gonna destroy him. Bias. I'm so biased. Actually, it's really jarring watching American sports broadcasts. As someone who's used to, like, even our home commentators calling a very fair game. Like, calling a very, like, unbiased game. Canadian. Yes. Yeah, this wall... This is like... I think this is possibly the worst spot he could have put this pylon. I actually... Like, the desire to Baneling bust this is so high. Like, I want so badly to go into this game, take over, and Baneling bust this wall. I know that Classic would defend it, no problem. But, like, it just looks so bad. Like, this is actually worse than a hero wall by a lot. The average hero wall, not every hero wall. Let me make that clear. There are hero walls that have been worse. But the average hero wall is better than this. You haven't seen French commentators? I mean, that one's different, though. Like, that's, like, kind of the brand, you know? Although, and I'm assuming you're talking about O Gaming. Some of like the baseball or hockey commentators are like really, really bad for American sports. So far, not too much happening, but we do see a kill on the first Overlord, which is quite nice. Classic got that earlier in the previous game, but it feels like this one came at a bit of a more uncomfortable timing for Reynor. Still, it's not actually going to block a inject. So there's not going to be a larva cap issue for Reynor, at least not initially. Things moved across the map. There is no block this time on the third base. That actually, 20 seconds on the delay on the third is a really big deal. So the fact that he got that in the previous game, probably didn't talk about that enough. That's a really nice start. ZVP does hinge so heavily on the early game. Classic going to be going 3 Oracles. The bigger deal, of course, is that Classic lost his first 2 Oracles with very little gain. For very little gain. I think he got one, like 2 drones, maybe 3, and 1 big stasis trap on a mineral line, and that was it. This time, he does get 1 drone in the natural. Oh, he's going to find a couple drones trying to transfer. Okay. Well, if he keeps the oracles alive, this is already better than the previous game. He's matched the workers' kill count. I mean, there's so much you can do with oracles, you know? Not even the damage, just revelations, where your opponent's army is coming from. Stasis traps. Let's say there was a revelation on the army of Reynor that saw that the last wave of banelings that came in as classic warped-in zealots. Let's just say that he sees that there's banelings there. The zealots can be held back in reserve, or they get warped in on the other side of the map. I mean, the prism had already been F2'd back home, but... Oh, and here's that wall. Here's that wall. Yeehaw, we're into the main. Even with a stalker in position, it is not thick enough. Now, it could have been worse. It only kills 1 stalker. Honestly, all things considered, you could even say that was a better... Yeah, 11 lings for 1 stalker is totally fine. And it lets Classic know it's time to fix your wall more. At this point, if you... There is a position where banelings could kill 3 pylons and depower everything at the natural. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Oracle's in the main base. Oh. Oh, nice quick pulls from Reynor. Saves all the drones. And transfuses the queen up. Where is the infestation pit? It is in the natural. There was a safety roach warren built by Reynor. Classic looking for an opening to try and kill some drones. Not able to find it. Reynor doing a great job on the defense. This does take a lot of mineral trips to mine out. 10 regular mining trips to mine out this patch to take the center base. We've got Storm, Blink, and +1 all going to complete at a very similar timing. Is Classic planning to go for a big Blink Stalker Storm push? He very well might be. 4 more gates coming in. He's got a 4th base on the way. But with how these upgrades are timing out, this feels like Classic might have designs on aggression. I think Reynor's early game, though, was good enough that he's probably going to be able to defend an attack. Oh, Oracles getting themselves into trouble here. Unfortunately for Reynor, he wasn't target firing with the Hydra and Queen on the 1 Oracle, so he ended up switching targets, and both barely well, one barely survives. The other one still got a decent amount of HP. God, those... It's not a lot of links. I think that's the right decision from Reynor to not go for that, but that is so hard to have restraint right there and not try and jump on the High Templar. Maybe like double the number of lings, and he might have been able to get something done there. We are going to be seeing a Nidus Worm, as well as Lurker range added in here. We've got the 2nd Stargate and a Fleet Beacon, as well as the 1st Robo coming in. Oh, that was a feedback. He feedbacked the Overseer. I don't think it... Wait, actually, maybe it did prevent... Oh, yeah, no, that did prevent Contaminate. Oh, very nice job from Classic. Stasis Trap on the right side, trying to get dropped, but unfortunately the Lurkers and Hydras were already here. Reynor setting up with a nice little bit of multi-prong. Classic was wildly out of position. He's going to try and potentially flank this, storming a single Hydra and his own High Templar, which does die, by the way. Very awkward right there from Classic. Barely keeps that Oracle alive on 4 HP. This 1 Hydra, though. Oh, it's going to come forward. It's going to snipe this. Ling's in the middle. It's chaos all over the place. And Reynor trying to get a Nidus Worm up into the main base. This is a fake out as much as anything, and it's a very effective one. Forcing a Zealot Warp in away from the 3rd base. And there's no energy recharge. Where are the Templar? They're lagging behind a little bit, the ones that have Storm. Zerglings set up to jump these High Templar if they are exposed. Really well executed from Reynor. He's doing this without any upgrades. Just now started +1 missile. This is such a fast timing out of Reynor. Oh, this last storm doing some good work, but Reynor is really hitting hard and hitting fast. Before Classic is fully set up, Classic does have a lot of Zealots. There's also a lot of Lurkers here. Storm going to try and land. Observer is staying alive for the moment. Unfortunately, a Storm cast on it does kill it, but another Observer behind this. And there's a lot of Tempest here. This is a hold for Classic. Reynor has Adaptive Talons about to complete, but it is obviously not in time for this. He doesn't break the third base. Classic holds in very impressive fashion. That looked really rough for him. Reynor coming in with a really cool setup. I was kind of wondering how he got everything so fast across the map in such a quick timing. It's because he cut the upgrade for a while. Cut +1 attack. The fact that Classic was able to kind of swarm that even without the Tempests while still having those 4 Tempests that's kind of crazy. Pretty impressive. Now, this is tough for Reynor, but he's not out of this game yet. He's still on 5 bases. Getting just now his 9th and 10th gas is set up. They're going to start to mine proper. Adding on additional Evo chamber for the Carapace upgrade and getting a Spire. But Classic is in a very strong position right now. No doubt about it. It's a very strong position. Oh, I said it's 10 mineral trips. It's not. It's 7. Because, yeah, this is a high-yield gas or high-yield mineral field. So, yeah, it takes 7 mining trips or 2 mules. I really am curious why they chose 48 minerals. It's such a specific number. I wonder if it's like, has some kind of significance personally. Is this live? This is live. Live from New York. It's Saturday night. Oh, he's going to find this attack. Fortunately for Reynor, he's got a Nidus Worm there, but he's just going to run away. I mean, it's probably better, actually. It would have likely taken longer to load up into the Nidus than just moving away. Still, the creep did help a little. Where did 2 drones die? Oh, Zealots and Prism. Okay, well, we missed that. Spore Crawler got a kill. That's big. Ultralisk Cavern. Okay. Classic is very low on robo units, which is to say he's got an Observer. And that is the extent of his robo units. There's 1 Immortal getting fired up right now. What did Classic just see? I mean, it's always good to build Immortals, but feels like he maybe just realized, like, oh, I should add Immortals. Like, I'm at that stage. 5th base, not quite done, but it's getting close. Carrier is going to be able to deny this Nidus Worm almost certainly. Kills the Overseer as well, which is quite nice. Well, actually, maybe not. It takes a... Okay, with the second carrier, you should be able to. There's nothing inside anyways. Potentially could have popped out like 2 Lurkers, but there was a cannon here anyways. Classic maybe underreacted a little bit to that, but I think it's still fine. Triple Evo out of Reynor. And he is getting a 2nd Spire. +1 fire attacks is going to complete. We do have a Changeling that was dropped. And now this Nidus Worm actually will be able to pop out some units. Microbial Shroud completing. How many Infestors do we have? Just 1. Hydras and Lurkers. This was a very under-respected attack. But now he kills the Nidus Worm. These units are trapped. Using that Tectonic Destabilizer to great effect. Fungal coming in on top of some of the Archons here. We'll be able to kill at least 1 of them. Classic was not expecting that. Hydras have their lunge. Storm on Ultras is a genuinely pretty ineffective play. Just doesn't achieve much. Pylon, that would have been the only Pylon at this base for fast warp-ins, but he doesn't need it anyways. Reynor just wants to give up the position. I mean, this army is way too powerful with what Reynor's got. If the Infestors have their Microbial Shroud, different story. But there's only 1 Infestor. Classic, if he pushes across the map, can Reynor even stop him? At this moment, I kind of feel like the answer is no. But Classic doesn't know that. He doesn't know that there's no Infestors with Microbial Shroud available. And Ultra's pushing in. Or sorry, Ultra's on creep with Microbial Shroud in a defensive setup. They will obliterate a ground army. And then it's just Tempests and Carriers versus an unknown number of Corruptors. This is one of the many reasons why Oracles are so important to keep alive and why it's so valuable to rebuild them. Recall to the main army with the Mothership. He recalls 6 Tempests in here. Reynor may not be expecting an attack with everything right now. Very neat tactical recall. God, that Spore had no chance whatsoever. Chitinous Plating is going to complete. What is the energy amount for these Infestors? Well, it's not super high. Base falls. Need 100 energy to cast that Microbial. Also getting Neural Parasite as well. There's a really nice base kill right there for Classic. Now, Reynor is one of the few Zergs in the entire world that can pull off the spellcasting required to make, you know, Infestors, Vipers work in tandem. These lurkers here are going to be revealed. We're going to see Reynor trying to pull the trigger, though. Feedback's coming through on the left side. Cloaking Field is activated. There is an Overseer, a couple of Overseers here, but they actually go way too far past. And this army of Reynor is getting absolutely pummeled. Now, the Ultras actually do break through on the ground. Ah, okay. Problem is, there's still so much Sky Toss. 3 more carriers being produced, plus 2 air weapons will complete. We do have 2-1 for the Corruptors of Reynor. He's building 116 Lings. He actually killed so much more ground. Damn, that... Yeah, he blasted that with the Ultras. Oh, wow, that blink forward is very bold out of Classic. This valley is, well, it could very quickly become the Valley of Death for Classic if he's careful. If he's not careful. Queen's going to try and pull into the fight. He does pull back. Cloaking Field is activated once again. There are Overseers with this army, though. Corruptor count not high enough. Even with the Queens, if they had hit all their transfuses and not ended up wandering off creep, maybe there would have been a chance. But as it stands right now, this is feeling very tough for Reynor to deal with the actual Tempest Mothership carrier fleet. Look at this. The Changeling's actually causing quite a problem for the Zealots. An Immortal has been added in. 2 more in production. Oh, but the Robo Facilities get depowered. Reynor may be able to continue pushing now as a result. The problem is, I just don't think he can deal with the army on the other side. Yeah, GG is going to get called. Even as the Robos get depowered, there's just nothing to stop the carrier Sky Toss fleet. And it is going to be 1-1 after 2. Thus making the series now effectively a best of 3. I don't know why. For some reason, it's getting funnier to me the more I do it. It's so silly. It's so silly. It was a day late and $1 short. Why were we building more Ultras when we already saw Sky Toss? Was that before or after the fight in the middle? I wonder what happens if Reynor just doesn't commit with the Corruptors during that fight. Like, if he just wipes out the ground army but loses a bunch of the Ultras and then has 10 more, well, I guess 11 more Corruptors. I'm curious. I wonder how that would have gone. All right, quick minute and a half of ads. Reynor obviously not going to be feeling super happy about that. After the first attack got held, it's always going to be a really difficult game. But he did put together a setup. I mean, Classic looked comfy for a while there, to be fair. But Reynor, I feel like, kind of created a situation where that could have worked well. Did at Steadfast move? He did. Actually, a while ago, though. Yeah, carries are crap against him. Yeah, that's exactly why I'm curious, like, how that would have gone if Reynor waits a little longer. Okay, it's going to be a 3-minute break between games 3 and 4. All right. Wow, said Tsunamayu. First of all, how dare you? All right, game number 3. Spawning up at the top right. It is Virtus Pro's Classic. In the blue. And his opponent spawning in to the bottom left. It is Basilisk Reynor. In the red. I mean, we moved in with each other, is the thing. She was living somewhere else. I was living somewhere else before this. She said, who's talking shit in the background? Yeah, she'll protect me. It is going to be funky, you know, streaming from here. It's going to be nice, though. It's going to be nice. I'm happy about it. Happy about it. Now, Tourmaline. A lot of opportunity to make plays, potentially. But also... I mean, I feel like it's still just going to be tough to beat Classic, regardless. Classic is just really good. That was a cool play from Reynor, though. The initial Lurker Hydra timing. I wonder if there's a world where he could have won the game with it, with what Classic had. It seemed like the answer was always going to be, this is tough. But maybe. Was the first Nidus one, was that before or after he went for the initial push? Because that one, he got like 5 Hydras and a couple Lurkers caught in the main base, and they all died. Do you have a choice whether you say if you're happy about it? I mean, of course I have a choice, but there are consequences potentially to that choice. But no, I'm very happy about it, of course. Wouldn't have done it if I wasn't. Reynor going to try and get away with just 2 Lings, perhaps? He sure is. Oh, Classic. Yeah, he's going to drop a pylon. If he can? No. Get zoned out. A little too low on HP, I suppose. May be able to intercept one of these Lings and get a kill. No, doesn't even get a shot off. That's actually really nice for Reynor. He did end up building the second set of Lings, which is a little bit unfortunate for him. Always feels good when you can get away with skipping the set, but it's still nice. He delayed it a little bit, which means just a little bit more cash in the bank. And kind of, you know, gives the Adept a little bit of something to think about. Little subtle moves like this, they're very small, but they're not nothing. Now, for some players, kind of feels like they are nothing. Like somebody like Dark, he's like, you know, I got hit in the face 15 times, but that means his fist took 15, you know, Like it's bruised 15 times from hitting my hard face. It's like, well, that's not really how you look at that. And then he wins the game anyways, and you're like, okay, well, I guess. I guess. Oh, the idiot drones blocked the Evo block. Oh my goodness, that is so unfortunate for Reynor. Very nice for Classic. Adept now shading to the natural. Oracle's trying to come in here. Oh, very unfortunate miss micro right there from Classic on the Oracles. Still, I mean, honestly, 3 drones is way less than that should have been. That should have been a crazy amount of damage. But Reynor kind of survives it without too much losses. Now, Classic. Okay, one thing about a short map is that if we see like a Queen Walk or a Queen Drop, Roach Ravager, Ling Push, it's a pretty good map for it. Oh, and it is going to be Charge. If you ask Cyril, this is a pretty damn good way to deal with Charge. And Reynor is most definitely capable of pulling off the level of execution needed to make a push like this work. But it looks like he is just going to be doing nothing but droning. Oh, yeah, he's droning super, super hard right now. No gases at the third just yet, interestingly. Despite the fact that he will now be actually oversaturated without those gases. Classic. Oh. Oh, double Adept at the third. Okay. Grabs 3 drones. Meanwhile, Oracle's in the natural, mostly just maybe looking for drones on these gases, but they weren't saturated yet. It was just a safety Roach Warren, and it's going to be a real Hydra Den now. Meanwhile, double attack upgrades and a Baneling Nest. All right. Reynor is gearing up for at least a bit more of a mid-game. Oh, Oracles will find an opening here in between the 3rd and 4th bases. And he gets 2 drones. Could have been better, could have been worse. Oh, darts back in, gets 2 more. Not bad. Just a little chip damage here and there, but it slows the Zerg down ever so slightly. Oh, Archon Morph actually blocked the Robo facility from being made. That is a very silly little misstep. Fortunately, though, Classic did realize, and he corrects it. Silly just because it's like, ugh, that's so dumb. Feel dumb. Damn, once again, that is the 3rd time Classic has lost an Oracle while stasis trapping. That is very, very awkward. Really nice for Reynor, but that is a lot of Zealots. However, there are Banes. God, this is a lot of Zealots, actually. +1 missile, +1 melee, and Bane speed. Not quite done, but missile is going to complete very shortly. The fact that there's no Bane speed is a really big problem for Reynor. Wow, that Baneling just really wanting to live life on the edge. It's not enough that when it, like, attacks, it literally dies. Being a thrill-seeking Baneling is just wild in this economy. Zealots setting up on the bottom right. One thing that's very difficult, I feel like, as Zerg, in particular against this Protoss style, is Hydraling Bane is a very aggressively oriented setup. Going into Lurkers feels like you slow the game down. Being able to balance the two is a really significant challenge. Now, we don't see any move towards Lurkers. Ling's Banes on the bottom right are going to look for this Prism. It did get spotted by the Overlord. Classic moving out potentially to take a 5th, but he's got a good, strong defensive setup on 4 bases. Zealots will drop at the 5th base of Reynor. Just trying to provide an opening, I feel like, for this Prism, as it does get a big warp in on this spot. Prevents the Spore Crawler from burrowing. Oh, moving forward is Classic into the army of Reynor. Get some decent storms here. Reynor is nearly maxed out, but Classic is throwing away a lot of storms, trying to move out of a defensive position. It's nice to get big storms, make no mistake, and that can be a good call, but Reynor's like very dedicated right now. Classic, I think the right call is just to build Fleet Beacon, maybe even build more cannons and batteries than he's already built, and really, really hunker down. There are 2 Oracles. There's a Stasis Trap trying to be made here. The High Templar moved very far out of position, abandoned the cannons and batteries at this 4th base, and that will allow Reynor to punch through. Immortal Abandon is also going to get taken out here. There are some Banes. Zealot counterattack on the other side of the map is going to be a problem, but a lot of probes have fallen. 4th base is in huge danger. And Classic moved out of position at a really important moment, and Reynor punished super, super hard. Now, it is going to be a base for a base, but I think Reynor is more than happy about that. I think he's obviously a lot happier if he keeps the other base alive. Stasis Trap on the right side. One of them gets a big connection. Second one, not so much. Did he lose the Oracles? He lost one of the 2. Good job from Reynor. Noticed that Stasis Trap number 3 in, was able to defuse it without much problem. Just a couple Zealots on the left side. Doesn't take a massive Zealot run by to cause a problem against Hydroling Bane. Oh, that is a big Stasis on the top left. Most of the storms have been used. There's still 1 or 2 left over. The Banelings are... There's just so many of them. Hitting the Roach Warren is maybe the only building that doesn't matter at all for Reynor here. It's just obviously just moved in. Moved in on the Zealots. These Zealots, though, they are going to go to town on the Hydras. Banelings will kill the Templar there. Oh, nice little probe pull to protect the rest of the probes. Might seem silly, but it's much better to lose 7 probes than to lose 25. Very simple math on that one. Reynor, it looked good for him for a little while, but now not so much. He is way down in army supply now. He's killed a good number of probes. He's knocked his opponent down to 3 bases. But Classic has the Mama ship out. And most importantly, about having that mothership out, is the fact that Reynor didn't see it. He didn't see it come out. It's still Layer Tech Zerg. And Layer Tech Zerg just doesn't feel scary after a certain point. Well, that's not true. It can feel scary for a while. But I think we are rapidly approaching the phase of the game where it won't be able to break through anymore unless Classic really blunders hard. As long as he has storms available, it's going to be very, very difficult for Reynor. There is an Overseer with this army. We don't even have Overlord speed. Okay, seeing the mothership would at least be valuable information, but not if it drops a Time Warp on your Hydras in the middle of that. Now, will Reynor go for... Okay, he's adding more Overseers. No Overlord speed. Does he want to get the Infestation Pit? Maybe a Spire? Nope. Looks like it's a no to all of those. Zealots on the right side. Classic is getting in towards +3 weapons. It's about a third of the way done. No remake on the 5th base on the bottom side. Classic, of course, sees that. He's just got the Zealots shift clicked through. So we'll get cleaned up. That's a lot of Hydra Bane on the top side. Reynor is quicker to rebuild, even though he, is down significantly in the resources lost. But Classic now securing this 4th base once again. Got a couple cannons, couple batteries, a lot of storms, ton of Archons, 7 Archons. Make it 8 now. Reynor does have very well upgraded units in terms of their aggression. This is a glass cannon army. Oh, excellent split right there from Reynor against that first storm. Problem is, there's just so many more where that one came from. 2 more High Templar warping in. It is going to be A big swing from Reynor. Time Warp on the ramp on the top side. Banelings running through the storms. Did he take down all the Templar? He might have. Oh my goodness, does Reynor actually have enough? There are more Templar in the back in reserve, though. And Reynor needs to just get the hell out of here if he can, but I don't think he can. And GG is called. And Classic takes game number 3. And puts himself on a qualification point into the top 8. Well done by Classic. Yeah, Reynor, realistically, it was going to be so difficult to get out of there. Why did he even attack? Because he didn't have any Hive Tech. No Hive Tech. He was super committed. It's not like he was on, 6 bases and a crazy good economy. He had only just rebuilt his 5th. Reynor was very committed there. He could have theoretically transitioned to Hive at some point, but that means playing a late game against Classic. Now, in hindsight, that would have been the best move after he killed the 4th. But hindsight's 2020. Always has been, always will be. Easy to see what the best choice is when you have full information. It is going to be a couple minutes of ads here. And we'll get into game number 4. Cheers, Klaus Dog. I just lost 30k points. The series is not done yet. Oh, I put best of 3. I put best of 3 ZVP best of 5. It is a best of 5. It is a best of 5. You're not cooked yet. Hey, welcome Kyle Hill on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. Go Basilisk boys. Reynor had a really nice game number 1, but Classic is a tough nut to crack. Cyril is built diff. He is absolutely built different. No way around that one. Trigger will be battling Maru after this one in the loser bracket. Hopefully he can fight back. But Maru is a tough, tough customer. It's crazy because honestly, the whole group setup, the whole group stage, really doesn't feel like there's a weak group anywhere. Maybe Group D is just Clem is the strongest, and that's kind of the biggest part of it. But Hero Rogue, I do think probably Group A is the strongest. Actually, yeah, no, it's not even a question. In my eyes, at least. You've got World Champion, runner-up World Champion, runner-up World Champion. Many GSLs between these two. And Trigger has been looking very, very sharp in recent history as well. I feel like generally what Zerg needs to do to win late game ZVP is you've got to catch the Protoss army not prepared more than anything. They have to be caught without either like you have to fake them out. So you have to fool them one way or another, whether that's faking a tech in a specific way and catching them off guard. We saw Reynor try to do that in game number 2 with the Ultras. He wasn't able to get a decisive enough fight to win there. Or you have to, let's say, force the Protoss to split their army. And then when the army is split, you hit a base with everything and you crack it. The problem is Protoss can be particularly supply efficient on defense when they've got cannons, batteries, and storm. So even if you force the Protoss to split, let's say, their army into thirds, you may not be able to break through at a base. Now, if you're Serral, you can just make perfect decisions, counter your opponent's tech at every corner, always scout correctly, find lurker run-bys where no one else can, get single lurkers into outlying bases, get Nidus worms where your opponent's not expecting it, hit all of your upgrade timings, never miss an inject, creep spread perfectly, and be able to compete. But we're seeing more so than ever before why Serral is such an outlier. With the strength of late game toss in ZVP recently. And Reynor is right there. Just right behind. But we can see the difference. Now, Dark is actually one of the players, I feel like, that in ZVP in particular, and especially against Classic, it feels like he really had Classic's number. So what you're telling us is just play like Serral? That explains why you're Serral's favorite streamer? Heh. Yuna's a sweetie pie. What can you say? Welcome, Fianten. A little bit of nectar of the gods. Water. Enjoying the show? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Bop, bop, bop. Ba-da-bop. Bop. Sugar and water. Now that would be a different one. Sugar water. Oh. Look at this. Wow. Spawning up in the top left, it is classic for Virtus Pro. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right, it is Basilisk Reynor. It is going to be a gas first out of Classic here. Okay. Gas first, no scout, question mark. If there's a map to try and get away with a no scout, I would say the one where you're up 2-1 is probably a decent one. Because it's highly unlikely that you're going to see Reynor go for a 12 pool in a situation like this. So just be a very unfortunate way to lose the series. If your opponent scouts it and just ends up very far ahead. Casually doing your nails while casting, or is it me? What? What? The bug guy from Men in Black, it's true? Yep. Sugar water. He's wearing Egger like a suit. Like an Egger suit. Someone clip it. Oh. Yeah, we'll try and investigate the audio issues, for sure. Definitely. Yep. The SM7B really is the best microphone, isn't it? It's actually crazy how long it's been industry standard for. Oh, a little bit of trippiness on the map there. That was interesting. Wasn't expecting that. This time, Reynor actually does get away with just 2 links. Doesn't have to build the extra ones just yet. The cat and mouse of the early game. It's a mystery. We don't know what caused that sound. It could have been anything. Could have been anything. Also, welcome, Honorable Macro Terran. Good to see you back. Is Reynor planning to do anything with this extra gas? Classic will be able to kill this Overlord once the Oracle pops out. Look at this patrol route. That was so funny. It was actually just going around in a circle. Incredible. What a time to be alive. Reynor did start his Overlord, or his lane speed, a little bit late. But it is a very quick Evo chamber in the main base. And a really fast +1 melee. Really, really fast. You've been watching? I split time between YouTube and Twitch. Oh, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Well, I just mean, yeah, don't always see people in both chats, so makes sense, makes sense. Little supply block with the loss of that Overlord for Reynor. Oracle's just looking for an opening here in the main. Nice snipe on the one drone. Reynor tried to kill it, pull it back. Oh, that's very nice, finding these first 3 drones like this. Good Oracle movement from Classic. Even on creep, the Queens will struggle to keep up. And that is why it is so important to have them well split up here. Reynor staying on 4 Queens for a little bit of time, just now adding a 5th. Does make it that much more difficult to chase these Oracles down. And that's kind of the cost, it seems like, of the additional bit of gas mining he went for. He is going to be going for an early Baneling Nest. He definitely wants to get something done with this faster than normal +1 melee. No doubt about it. Classic did switch things up from this game. Oh, he's going to scout the Baneling Nest. He did play just 2 Oracles. Really, really good Oracle movement here from Classic. So easy to kind of like, you know, fiddle with them a little bit and make their movement less efficient. But he does an excellent job of just making sure they never get themselves into trouble. Reynor, upon having the Baneling Nest scouted, looks like maybe just going to, you know, just not go for the attack. Adding on additional gases. He's been droning the whole time, so he's got a very nice worker count nonetheless. I think he did want to get something done, but it seems like maybe this was just a defensive Baneling Nest the whole time. Now, we haven't seen him go for like a sneaky Spire or anything like that, but this is going to be the game where he tries it. Classic, though. Oh, my God. He's going to see it immediately. Unreal. Stasis Trap going to try and get set up here once again. Classic. No, you're going to lose the Oracle for the 4th time. Dropping a Stasis. Finally, Classic drops a Stasis Trap and doesn't lose his Oracle. Insane. He will be able to recall this out. Reynor is building a lot of roaches and roach speed. It's going to be +2 melee as well. And an attempt at a gold base. They are expanding towards each other. Just this little dancing Ewok sitting in the middle. Oh, God. Look at that. We see the very rare water balloon High Templar kill. Love it. Incredible. Gold base is going to get killed almost assuredly. These roaches can't save it. No chance, no shot. We do have a second Stargate being produced. He let the Spire finish, but this has been a fake out. No doubt about it. Oh, he actually... Oh my god, he killed the second Oracle? Wait, what happened? Please tell me he didn't drop another stasis trap. And lost it. That would be the most insane. Reynor trying to take the gold base again. Roach speed does now kick in. We got Ravagers added in as well. This is a very fast max out. 8 minutes out of Reynor here. No Bane speed, though. It is just Ravager Ling. Roach Ravager Ling. Oh, Stalker's trying to warp it into natural. Reynor finds an exposed classic here. How much recalls here? It's a lot of Templar, and mostly that Zealots, or Zerglings, getting on top of those Templar, preventing them from morphing into an Archon initially. It finally gets the Archon morph. This is looking very, very good for Reynor in the natural. The recall already used. Warp in. Oh, he could kill that pylon. It'd be huge. Classic is completely broken, I think. 22 probes going down. Reynor turning on the Jets here in game number 4. With his back against the wall. That is where he oftentimes does it best. Up 60 army supply. Yes, it's Roach Ravager Ling versus a higher tech Protoss, but there's no Templar on the field. It's just Blink Stalkers. They do have their +2 weapons now. The Lings have +2 as well. It is a 4-base Protoss. If he can manage to stabilize, this could be still a winnable situation. Oh, he blinks forward on top of the Ravagers. What? That is bold. Queens were able to transfuse a bunch of them up, though. Classic. At this point, I think it is well past the point of no return. Stalkers can deal with Roaches and Ravagers when the numbers are relatively even. But they are not relatively even. It is Reynor on a gold base. Way ahead in army supply. Way ahead in workers. Even getting the +1 missile, and now has a finished infestation pit. Reynor believes in late game now. At this point, yes. Oh, there was nothing in the wall. He can kill this Nexus. He could just click it. It's dead. But it's going to be the fight at the front. Yeah, even with some decent storms on the Ravagers. Stalkers all go down. Templar all go down. Reynor was maxed. And it is game number 5 coming up. Ooh la la. Ooh la la. Very, very well done. Huh. Please lose Reynor so we get to see it TVZ. Big days for SC2 enjoyers. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Honestly, just phenomenally done. Once again, huge thank you to all the folks. The Maestros of the game. At Maestros of the game. ComebackTV. French community. And all you fine people watching this outstanding video game. Oh. All right. White Rabbit going to be game number 5. Who wins, Infestor or Templar on auto attack? If they're this... I think it would be the Infestor. I think the Infestor has 1 base armor, no? Nope. It does not have 1 base armor, but I think it still wins, maybe. All right, here we go. Game number 5. Spawning up at the top right for Basilisk, it's Reynor. Coming alive there in game number 4 with the multi-prong Roach Ravager, Ling. And his opponent spawning down to the bottom left, it is Classic. In the blue. Not able to figure out what was going on in time. Definitely expected that that was actually a commitment to Mutas. And very rare that we see somebody play no Mutas. What about all the folks in chat who aren't fine? Well, them too. Them too. If you're in an SC2 chat, you're doing fine. You've at least made some decent life choices, you know? Oh, that's cool. That is neat. Down here in the chasm, I never really paid attention to that. I mean, I know this is a reference to the Matrix. Oh no, Derpy is no longer at this location. We've got to either bring him here. Or change that redeem. We do have a Mia who lives here, though. Next map, red pilled. Oh my god. That's a very different map. It's a dangerous one. Yeah, Alice Through the Looking Glass. / Alice in Wonderland. Alice in Wonderland. It's like a watering hole for Earth's finest, surely. Absolutely, Arjun. Absolutely. Have to set up a webcam so Derpy can cast remotely. That one would be tricky for sure. Look at the adept, like, on security detail on that probe. Mr. President, get down. Mr. President, are you all right? All right. Game 5. Now, this is a big match because the loser of this, there's a very good chance they will have to play Maru in the rematch. And Classic probably feeling pretty confident against Maru, although he did lose game number 2 in pretty brutal fashion the way that it went down. But he was also winning for a lot of that game. Reynor has always had trouble with Maru. He wants to win this one bad. You know that. Oracle turns on its beam, kills 2 links, protects the probe. Pretty quick Twilight Council once again before Forge. I kind of like Forge before Twilight. But if you're going Blink, I think Twilight before Forge is totally fine. Oh, pardon me. A few more Lings being produced here. Please just don't drop stasis traps, Classic. Drones are going to get picked off at the third with the Spore being late. 3 kills, quite nice. Feels like almost every game it's been 2 or 3 kills with the first flyby. It is going to be that charge upgrade, okay. Classic has... I mean, he's played charge solidly. Reynor does get a Roach Warren here. So far, he has not made a whole lot of roaches, except for the previous game, where that was a fake out. He has not made defensive roach yet. He's just giving Classic an incredible amount of respect that Classic is going to be able to deal with roach as well if it's Blink Stalkers. In the previous game, it was obviously the Spire being the fake out. And the funny thing is, it forced out a Stargate, a second Stargate, that didn't end up getting used. So it was 150 for 150, and not taking into account the fact that Classic, I feel like, just didn't really recognize what was going on for a long time and was building units that wouldn't have been the most helpful, necessarily. Like, if he goes Immortals, obviously, it's going to be much, much better for him. Dropping Stasis, you know, lots of things. Lots of things. But the fake out really got work done. Oh, this Queen. Does it have designs on an aggressive move? We've got Roaches being produced this time. +1 missile and Roach speed. Classic has not seen the Evo. Ling setting up on the right side. Very funny little defensive setup here from Classic. Kind of cute. But just a shield battery at this base. There's nothing else. Stasis trap. He doesn't actually lose an Oracle while casting a Stasis. Unfortunately, he does lose a couple of probes. Zealots do get spotted, and I think that is going to be go time here for Reynor. He almost loses another Oracle while casting the Stasis. Oh, he will lose it now. No, it's gone. Losing Oracles is so bad when you are trying to defend against what is going to be a hammer blow of a Roach Ravager attack. He finally sees the Roaches. 13 more in production. I think Classic has to be willing to give up this base. But he wants to get aggressive? Classic. No. No, 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 no. I mean, maybe this can catch Reynor off guard because Reynor's not expecting him to be aggressive into him. But this feels like it'd be insane. Now, if it's a counterattack, that's a very different story. Counterattack is a very different story. Reynor right now is preparing for an attack. He's bracing. But I think he's mostly just waiting for his own +1 missile and Overlord speed to complete. And he does discover this attack on the left side before it can get rolling. Before it can get anything done with a counter. Zealots will trade out reasonably well, honestly. I mean, Zealots are a lot better against Roaches than people think. And it kind of were... The Roaches were on move command into this. But it is still... I would say this is still good for Reynor, that he cleans this up before his attack goes. Now, Storm is done. How many High Templar do we have? If... Oh, we've got 4. It's actually... Okay, this actually looks promising. No Blink, though. No +2. Reynor does have a Dropper Lord with a couple of Queens inside. This Oracle is not going to be used primarily for combat. And in fact, it can't now. Used its Revelation. That means no energy to turn on or to drop Stasis Trappies. We do have a nice defensive position from Classic. Reynor just running right by into the natural. Blink is now done, though. Storms were mostly used already on the front. Lings do get in as well as a Roach, so it's actually worthwhile to break through. Pylon will go down. That means no reinforcements directly into the fight. Stalkers, though, do warp in the natural. Only 5 probes have fallen so far. Immortals have been added in. One of them, though, on a very bad rally, is going to go down. 30 army supply advantage, but that's not huge when it's Archons. Immortals. And, I mean, a lot of Blink Stalkers, to be honest. So far, this is actually looking very good for Classic. +2 missile will start up. This Immortal doesn't get saved. It just dies. Storm is available. Does hit the Ravagers pretty hard. Reynor trying to blast through here. Classic giving him the position. Not going to fight over this base, despite the fact that he's got the +2 weapons. And Reynor will take a kill on his opponent's 4th while building a 5th. That is a big storm on the Ravagers. Counterattack of Zealots on the top side is going to get greeted by, I think, just enough Roach Ling. A couple more units will join up. This will get cleaned up. God, there are so many Ravagers on the field. This Robo facility could be biled down in one volley, but that would mean he'd be a little bit exposed. Blink Forward does snipe one of the Ravagers. Another one going down. Overlords en masse joining up here. Corrosive Vials do land on some of the Stalkers. That was a very audacious Blink Forward, but Classic is able to get out of here. Reynor needs to retreat with some of these units. He is... I mean, he's killed that 4th. That's really, really good. But he either needs a Baneling Nest or he needs to tech up in a different way. It's going to be an Infestation Pit added in. Reynor does have some creep actually spreading out from the middle. Classic getting +3 weapons. You don't always need to even take a 4th base as the Protoss in this situation. Eventually you will. But in theory, you can max out on 3 bases and like a +3 weapons and possibly still be able to kill your opponent. The Zealot run by on the top side is a huge problem for Reynor. Classic always going to Blink Forward, snipes the Queen. Reynor is ready to turn on this army, though. Drones were pulled pretty quickly, so it's only 4 drones falling so far. Queen does get saved. Queens will pull back off of, back to their own creep. Stalkers blinking forward. Once again, Corrosive Bile did hit one of these observers, but it didn't die in one. It doesn't anymore. Storms are scary here for Reynor. Classic is getting closer and closer to maxing out. He's got a hugely valuable army. Reynor trying to get in towards Hive. He's also adding in Hydras. Classic, just a couple of Zealots on the top side are going to go to work. Storms gaining position more and more. There's so many High Templar on the field and nothing really that deals with them. Classic survived the attack even though he took some big damage. He was right to give up that 4th. Even though I feel like he maybe could have held it. That's why Classic, though, is on the verge of making it out of his group, potentially in first place. We do have layer tech lurkers currently, but Hive is done. If Reynor gets these out and can stabilize, there's still a chance. The problem is if he loses his 4th base... I mean, I don't think so. I don't think there's anything to be done. There's a bunch of Overlords still kind of following the lurkers here. Oh, it's the lurker trap, but unfortunately there was an observer. He was hoping to bait a Blink Forward with the Overlords. Oh, it's a clever tactic. But it was never going to be enough. Well, that's not true. If Classic blinks all the Stalkers on top of the Overlords, and he had been very quick, like very psh with his blinks in that game, there would have been a chance, but it doesn't work out. It's a last-ditch effort. But Classic gets it done. Classic survives the Hail Mary. Hero would have done it. He would have. Absolutely. Absolutely. Good job from Classic to chill a little bit. Wait until he got stronger before he tried to force any fights. I do find it interesting that, like, I do think he probably could have held that fourth. But once again, it was not a requirement. And giving it up ended up being the right call. All right, we are going to head to a little break in a moment. Just going to update the text. It will be Maru versus Trigger. See if my fellow Canuckian can get it done. Long tourney today? Yeah. Wouldn't have it done either way. Would not have it any other way. It will be a best of 5. It'll be a best of 5 for the losers match. The first 2 matches are best of 3, and then all of the remaining are best of 5. So winner of this will battle it out against Reynor for an opportunity to still make it through to the offline finals. That'll be happening in Paris. All right. We'll see you in like 10 minutes or so, 12 minutes. All right, seems like we're back a little bit earlier this time. Okay, thank you, Andre Andretti, for the Tier 1 resub at 24 months. 2 years. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Now we've got a packed full lobby. I think it is one shy of the max number. Hello back. I'm cold. Nice. Nice. Trigger looks strong versus Kier, though. He did. He's looked strong in general, but Maru's kind of like a different beast, you know? Like, it just feels like, feels like he throws a lot of wrenches at you. And you got to be able to dodge those wrenches. Because if you can dodge a wrench, well, what else can't you dodge? Once again, it's best of fives for the rest of this. Winner of this will face off against Reynor in a decider. Loser will be eliminated from Maestros of the game. And we have got a bit of something spicy right out the gate. Spawning up at the top right, it is Onside Gaming's Maru. In the blue, sending out a very early SCV. Make it 2. He's starting off the series with a Proxy Marauder. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Spawning down on the bottom left, it is Basilisk's Trigger. In the red. Okay, I'm excited about this for a lot of reasons. Oh, Trigger skipping Scout. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, I just became a little bit less excited about this. This is going to be so difficult for Trigger. Oh, is it going to be a Scout now? He's looking around. Checking the natural. Saying, hey, are you NG Bay blocking me? Maru does not have a reputation as a Proxy Marauder player. He doesn't do it often. He's going to send this probe across the map. It's going to be a Gate Nexus. He wants the Gate Nexus. Now, there is actually a build that can hold a Proxy Marauder. If you know it's what it is. Skillus did it. And it was one of the coolest things I've ever seen. Absolutely bonkers. Trigger, upon seeing no second gas, you should know what this is. Should absolutely know what this is. SCV going to scout into the main base, sees that it is a late Cybercore. Therefore, it's going to be a Nexus on the low ground. There is a high ground pylon. So Trigger's prepared to cancel this Nexus, and he will. The moment he sees Marauder, he will cancel this. Now, does Maru even bother getting concussive shells at this point? We'll see in a moment. He may elect to forego it. He starts it now. But if you cancel it, you can obviously build a quicker factory. Maru is going to go up into the main base. Oh, okay. Somebody's lagging, and that can't be happening in a situation like this. We've got a Proxy Stargate on the other side. It is set up for a potential Proxy Void Ray. There's the cancel on the Nexus. Does he cancel concussive? Not yet. 50 minerals, not so much. 50 gas, a lot in the early game. Shield battery going to be very handy here for Trigger. So far, keeping the probes alive quite nicely. Concussive shells will kick in. That's Marauder surviving on 2 HP. SCV does go down. Fresh Marauder shows up. Energy recharge is not available. He chronos the Stalker instead. That means that these Stalkers are dead, and so too might be Trigger. He doesn't have gas for an Oracle. Energy recharge now being cast. But there's enough Marauders to technically one-shot a probe. If they all sink their shots, they're not really, so it's not actually happening, but I think this is just too much damage now. Trigger was very locked in to the counterattack. I think he expected that Maru would cancel concussive. Because if Maru cancels concussive, the proxy on the other side of the map is a lot stronger. And even now, hang on. Maru doesn't really have what he needs to fight a Void Ray. Canceling the Stalker, excellent decision. But, okay, no, he does have money for an Oracle. Oh, Combat Shields is such a clever move. I think an Engineering Bay would have been the right call, though. I think an Engineering Bay and Missile Turrets. Trigger is holding out hope that he can win the game with this Void Ray. Now, how many Marines are there going to be is the big question. A lot is going to be the answer. 2 mules being dropped right there. We've got a proxy factory. Very smart from Maru. Trigger will eventually lose his main, obviously. And by eventually, I mean it's literally happened right here. Probe on the other side of the map going to be, well, actually quite a distraction. That's... I feel like this is really silly for Maru, actually. Like, he's losing so much mining time that could just be put into units that win him the game. But it looks like he's probably still got enough Marines to win the game at this point anyways. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. There's no wrong decision for Maru at this point, actually. As long as he doesn't separate the Marines. And he's going to eventually kill all the structures. Trigger is... He's coping hard. There's no way to win this game now. Now, Maru will lose all but one SCV, but there's going to be a Cyclone. Maru's not panicking. A Void Ray and an Oracle. I think with combat shields, they don't even win this. Good micro on the Void Ray here. He's doing a really good job, actually. Hang on. Once the Cyclone appears, though, that's where the GG happens.
We meet our fate.
And that's going to be it. GG. Maru takes game number 1. If... I don't think there's any scenario where Maru starting Marine production when he did loses that game. Maru's so smart. Yeah. Really well handled. Really well handled. I was trying to think of like a possible way that he could have Trigger could have somehow made that work. But there really wasn't anything that felt yeah, I really didn't feel like there was anything that could have made that happen. Bum, 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 bum. Would have loved to see the Oracle engage with the Void. He didn't even know there was a proxy factory, is the thing. He thought he was just fighting Marines. And based on what Trigger saw, there actually was a chance. If that factory didn't get made, just with the number of Marines that there were, that could have worked out. That could have actually been a victory. But obviously, Maru had enough money for that factory. He got it up. If he tries to build it in his main, that actually is probably where there is the best chance for Trigger. But Maru was so... I mean, yeah, that was just really, really smart that he proxied the factory. Like, that was just the simplest and simultaneously most elegant way to deal with all of that. Very, very intelligent. All right, here we go. Spawning up in the top left for Basilisk, it is Trigger. In the red. And his opponent spawning up at the top right for Onside Gaming, it is Maru. In the blue. And we are here on Exarch. A funky 4-player map. Speed zones, slow zones, shrubberies. 4-player map. Multiple entrances into the natural, but 2 out of the 3 are blocked by mineral patches. We got these rocks, killable debris. We got debris here. Got bases just in random locations, seemingly. It's just a very funky map. No other way to say it. It's funky. Now, is it funky fresh? That's a completely different question. I don't even know why you'd ask. These are acceleration zones. Oh, it's worker-only paths. Neat. Neat, neat, neat. Are these worker-only zones and they accelerate you to the middle but then push you against it the other way? Seems like it. It is going to be Gate Nexus out of Trigger once again. No Scout out of Trigger. Was it... Right, it was Maru versus SOS on this map where Maru pulled off, like, the sickest read. They just accelerate you the whole way, if I recall correctly. Oh, okay. Cool. That is pretty neat. I mean, I see acceleration zones, 3 in the middle, and then kind of 1 here, 1 here on the minimap. Can you use by air units too? Oh, okay. Interesting. Man with gun. Maru getting a little bit unfortunate here with the scouting luck. Monty Hall would have something to say, probably. I don't know. It is going to be a fast third CC out of Maru into the 3 racks. Trigger will have energy for a hallucination in a moment. The little middle finger grenade getting cast right there. Trigger doesn't yet know where his opponent's base is, but he is going to at least get the second guess correct. Engineering base starting up. We have a robo facility out of Trigger before building Blink. That's pretty weird, honestly. Maybe worried about some aggression. Oh, what's this? A divine beast, and it's gone. Wow. Oh, Trigger changed his scouting path. Well, okay, he's going to find out where his opponent is at 4 minutes. That's pretty late. Will get a scout on third CC. Sees... Did he see the third barracks? He saw the second one for sure. Didn't see the third racks. Oh, Maru's going pure barracks. Okay. Okay. I believe someone mentioned he did this in like a GSL or something recently. On what map will the third game be played? No idea. It's been determined, no doubt. But I am not sure offhand. It's probably entered in on Liquipedia. We do have Trigger going for 6-gate Blink. Okay, does Maru realize... I mean, he's seen no third base over here. I think he's seen no third base over here probably too. Well, 6-gate Blink Stalker is probably the best thing Trigger could have against this. But the unit control is going to have to be outstanding. No factory, no starport means no siege tanks, no medevacs. No sustain. And that means that Blink Stalkers can bully this army pretty damn hard. But it also means there's a lot of frickin' bio units. Scan comes in looking for the observer. It will get killed. But it kind of buys position for Trigger. SCV is going to pull here. Guardian Shield is not active while it's in the War Prison. That is a visual bug. These units do not gain the +2 armor. Maru did stim. That's a lot of damage on his units. He's got a factory just about to complete now, but Starport and Tech... Well, he's like a minute away from healing at minimum. Even if he's right on top of everything. First Stalker does go down. Trigger needs perfect Blink Micro. Oh, and he's not doing it so far. Oh my god. No, he's just getting overwhelmed. Yeah, that's just really rough for Trigger. Really, really rough for Trigger. He will want that fight back. But he's not going to get it back, unfortunately. 9 Stalkers and a Sentry going down for just 9 Marines and 2 Marauders. Cost efficiency-wise, it's not even close. Nearly 2-1. And one thing good for Trigger is that the medevacs are still a ways away from completing. They're still, even now, like 45 seconds away. And Maru knows the danger he's in, pulling SCVs preemptively. Ah, this is the micro we needed to see. Trigger starting to get some, get some value, some big value. He did blink back all the Stalkers all at once, and a lot of these Stalkers are low on HP. Fortunately, there is the Prism to fall back into. He's starting to really whittle down Maru. Trigger, once again, with kind of a clunky everything blinking back. Without that last little miss micro right there, he might have just won the game here and now, and he still has some potential to do so. Maru sees no third base. He knows how committed this is from Trigger. But even now, it still could work. I love the Zealot Warp, and that's going to be so good against the SCV pull. There's not a crazy number of Marines either. Marauders being targeted down. Maru survives to his first 2 medevacs. Oh, man, if Trigger had a clean blink micro throughout. I know that's a big ask against Maru on a big stage like this. But if he had, this game probably would have already been over. As it is, he is still whittling down Maru's army. Maru is really on the back foot. 11 SCVs going down once again. Trigger is starting to make it happen. Maru has triple orbital mule. You have to remember that. The SCV count is misleading. At this point, Maru's using them almost as military units just to get enough units out onto the field. Really good concave from Trigger. He drains the medevacs of their juice. God, this is still so close. As Maru's medevac count rises, though, it gets better and better for him. Nice retarget on the Widowmine. Forces a full blink back of everything. Trigger, though, he's got so many Stalkers now. 16 remaining. Unfortunately, once again, forced back. And this time, Maru has a hell of a lot more units left over. Still, it is very, very close. It's 1-1 on the bio. Maru finally building a bunker at 9 minutes. One medevac does get taken down. Good job from Trigger to snipe that. Maru boosting back the others. This is a very bold push from Maru. He's trying to push down the ramp a little bit. I don't think he's got the numbers. Trigger with some excellent blink micro now. And now there's only 3 Marauders remaining. Trigger, after 9.5 minutes on Exarch, it looks like he is actually going to even the series. Even now, though, it is still so close. It can fall apart in an instant with all of these Stalkers as low on HP as they are. And important to note, his main is getting low. Natural. Also going to start to run down on minerals, run low on minerals. Trigger blinking past the rocks on the side here. Maru pulling the SCVs. The SCV count now below 20. God, Trigger is so close to winning this one. On the verge. On the precipice of victory. All the Stalkers now blinking to the main base, and now it is Defender's advantage in your opponent's main. Maru's going to have to break up his own ramp to get back in here. Trigger warping in Zealots directly into the fight. Maru could have potentially tried to target the Prism, but he didn't have enough units. More SCVs pulling into the fight. It's single-digit workers now for Maru, and Trigger has done it definitively. There's just not enough left over for the Korean Terran. Resources lost is dead even. It ends dead even. 1-2-3, 0-0. But it is Trigger who takes the game. Holy moly. I really thought Maru had it. After that first fight, it went so bad for Trigger. And then I looked at the medevacs, expecting them to be in production, about to pop out. And the factory, or sorry, the starport wasn't even done yet. Cressy. First map win in Trigger's entire career versus Maru. Oh, man, that's a big monkey off your back. Absolutely massive monkey off your back. Maru really made him work for it. Damn, that is a lot of maps, too. It was 13-0 before this. Sorry, 14-0, because they've already played one today. Damn. Getting libs would make sense. It's hard to say, honestly. I think getting a bunker would have been good. He can bleed. He can be beaten. He can be felled. Maru sort of forgot that you can build a bunker. Hey, you know, if show writers can kind of just forget about superheroes, the superheroes they write having powers, if the writers of Game of Thrones can forget so many things, can't even get it down to just one thing, it's okay to forget that you can build a bunker. All right, here we go. Spawning down in the bottom right for Basilisk. It is Trigger getting his first ever map win versus this man who is back to the filth for Onside Gaming. It's Maru. Double proxy again. He says, welcome to the big leagues, kid. You took one. I don't care. I bet steadfast shirt translates to steadfast as a butt. How did you know? Commander Shepard sort of forgot about the Reapers. Remember when Maru only did proxy builds? Yeah. And then he lost 3-0 to SOS doing one-base blink builds at GS or at the WCS finals. Oh, it's Gate Nexus, no scout again. Trigger, no. Trigger, you can't keep doing this. Oh, man. Man. Oh. Wait, he's going to put a pylon in the main, or upstairs. What did he change his mind about? Huh. I want to see someone try the skillless defense. Me too. Me too. That only works, though, when you see it coming quite early. And yeah, you're able to build a robotics facility. Oh my god, Trigger's building a Stargate on one base. Hello? Well, as far as things you could be doing, this is the best one. In every way. Not Pomey Pog. Aw. No pause when he is out. Ah, that's good. Good comms. Good comms. Good comms. Still needs battery, though. Yes, but the fact that the second pylon's in the main and that the Stargate is the best tech against this is a dream. All right, here we go. Maru is going to drop a depot to close the wall at home. That's important because, well, an adept across the map can be nasty. Trigger is not going to cancel the Nexus, but it could act as a long time buyer. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no, 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 he's... Oh, there's no concussive. Oh, okay. Still, it's going to be... Well, this is really bad. Trigger might still be dead. He rebuilds an extra pylon and adds a shield battery here. Probe's going to pull very quickly. Marauders kiting nicely. SCVs will go down. That means no completion of the bunker. No additional units in production. It's straight into a Void Ray. That's the right call. If you have to cancel Warp Gate for that, you do it. Shield battery will complete. Keeps the Adept. No, it doesn't keep it alive. There was enough firepower to blast through it. Probes having to pull again. Trigger is in huge trouble here. At this point, even if he survives, there's a big if. He's lost so many workers. Yes, he's on 2 Nexus, but you need more than 5 probes left over. Void Ray is out. It will prismatically align. It will blast Marauders. And actually going to kill them quick enough to save the remaining probes. But 3 probes isn't enough. There are no mules for the Protoss. What there is the fact that Trigger's at least taken a game off of Maru. That's about it. If it were 10 probes on 2 bases, I'd say there's a chance. 3 probes, it's going to take him forever to rebuild. Oh, these Marines. Well, oh, they're going to flank the Void. Oh, so sick, Maru. Even microing back that one Marine. Very nice. I mean, Trigger knows he has to get so much damage done. An amount of damage that this army is not capable of doing against a bunker. If the Marines had been intercepted, there's actually huge potential right here for Trigger. But instead, it was the Marines intercepting the Void Ray, putting a crazy amount of damage on it. And now even a starport's done. Oh, and that Void Ray might just get angled off. Yes, it does. Boom. And that's going to be GG. Yep. 100%. 100%. Good job from Trigger to not... well, to recognize that, yeah, that was his only chance. Honestly, I don't think it was a real chance. But until you lose it, until you see, you don't really know for sure. Trigger losing 2 games to Proxy Double Rax Marauder in this one. Getting punished so hard for not scouting. I mean, that's not the problem. there's no problem sending your Void Ray to the other side of the map when you only have 3 probes. I mean, you need that. All right, BlackRock is going to be game number 4. Remember when Maru reverse swept trap 4-0, ending with an unscouted proxy build? I do remember that. I do remember that. I think I was lined up for something at that point. It is 5 a.m. in Korea right now, by the way. Spawning down on the bottom left for onside gaming. It is Maru. And he's sending out another early SCV. Oh, my God. Welcome to the big leagues, kid. Punches you in the face 6 times. Ah, you'll do all right. Spawning up at the top right, it is Basilisk Trigger. In the red. Oh, at least this time it is only a single barracks. I really love the mind game here. Surely he won't do it 3 times in a row. He will. This might This might be Proxy 1 Rax Marauder. I think it's going to be Reaper. It'd be weird if it wasn't. Now, Trigger is going to see double gas. That's going to let him know. Okay. Well. It's not 2 Rax Marauder, probably. Could be a barracks here. Could be a barracks in the natural. It is just going to be Reaper. Isn't it like 5 a.m. for him? It's 5 a.m. for both players. Both Maru and Trigger. And winner of this still has to play a best of 5 against Reynor. Okay, we're proxying the factory too. Maru is... It's like half proxied too, which is so bizarre. Reaper gonna find the probe / the probe gonna find the Reaper and the barracks. But the barracks is starting to fly home. But I think what it's actually doing is maybe flying... Wait, okay, I'm confused. I'm so confused. This is gonna be... mine. Okay. The starport makes sense to me if it's Hellions. Widowmine does not. Like, at all. Now, the Reaper is going to come home. We'll be able to kill this probe unless it is recalled, like, right now. No, it's dead. It's going to be a dead probe. Trigger is playing Marco Polo here on the map. Oh, this is going to try and abuse the vision. And that's going to be a dead stalker. Oh. Oh, my God. The bait. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. It's a trap. Oh, the outplay. Oh, my God. And a third probe sniped in the main. Oh, my God. That's actually ankles broken. Hi-yi-yi. Maru is... Maru woke up today and said, it's time to do a violence. Trigger? No, no. Okay. Wow, look at the retargeting. Oh, my God, that's so sick. Oh, my God, it's so sick. Oh, target fire on the medevac. Oh, he saves it! Oh, Maru, why are you doing this to him? What did he do to you? What did he do to you? You didn't need to be like this. Oh, stalkers. It's getting away anyways.
Game paused.
It is lagging a fair bit. Zombie. It is not I.
Game resumed.
God, the mines are so clever with this little shrubbery setup. Like, Maru, like, could not have done that better for when it got scouted if he had been the one controlling Trigger's units. Oh. No, no, Trigger, you forced the mine to fire, but it killed you. Well, it hit 3 probes. Now, this is actually really, really bad for Maru. He's got 3 barracks done. Oh, SCVs, they do get some good surface area. The Stalkers will escape out, though. They cut their way out. This is actually really good for Trigger on the counter. He's very far ahead in workers now. If he can just chill, he's actually in a very good position. Cloak Banshee, though. And do we have any observers? No, but we've got charge. Trigger is going heavy into the charge, in fact. 6 gate. He can still make observer. And that's important. Siege tank being produced. Oh, he's going to put it on the low ground. That's big bad news. Big bad news. The big bad wolf. DT Shrine started to get made. Observer is in production. Where are the Stalkers? They are being sent forward. He's going to warp in Stalkers at home. Oh, now Maru will know, like, he can just kind of chill. He can just hold it home. Trigger going to be on 6 gates momentarily. But the second Banshee, God, this is causing so many issues for Trigger. Observer number 2 pops out, but these Banshees, 15 probe kills. Maru wisely going to pull one of the tanks back behind this ramp. Second one actually moving forward. Bunker completes. He should have put this tank on the high ground, but hindsight's 2020. SCV's in some trouble. Medevacs will be able to pick up some of them. Could have picked up more. There was room for 4 more than he saved, but because he didn't pick up as many SCVs and because he didn't save that tank, this is actually kind of playable for Trigger. Also killing the depot, killing the bunker, killing... What else? I don't know. Whatever else he killed. I still don't like it for Trigger. I still think Maru's ahead. Significantly, even. Oh, Zealot's going to try and drop on top of here. Stim is done. No combat shields. Trigger is keeping Maru from mining from his natural, so there's that. But Trigger needs to get out at the right moment, or he's going to have a really difficult time. He needs to transition into Storm as well, I think. Maru is going heavy on the Marines, like really, really going for the Marines. Which is just going to rip Zealots apart. 2 more medevacs at home. Zealot's trying to drop in and be a nuisance. Unfortunately, Trigger only saving 3 out of the 4. He didn't stop command the setup. Oh. Banshees will get in here. Maru is going to be able to kill 3 probes. No blink. That means that, well, it's not a pleasant time. He's not able to chase these down. Maru, is it just me or is he F2ing, like, quite a bit here? Might be just sending these around. I'm not sure. Another Banshee was actually made. Now this feels like it is a disaster for Trigger. Nice little wall from Maru. It's not full, but it will still funnel these Zealots. Ooh, Zealots in the main. I'm going to try and get something done. This Prism, it is not safe. Recall comes in. He does save it. Banshees could actually still kill that Stalker. Doesn't go for it. He loses 1 Banshee, kills a couple probes. Trigger's going into Colossus, but he doesn't have a 3rd Nexus. I mean, 2-base Protoss versus a 2-base Terran. Not feeling so good about that 2-base Protoss there. Even if they do get Colossus out, which Trigger doesn't have the free supply to build it. However, as this stim expires, that's a lot of charge lots. Oh, Trigger should disengage once these Marines get back behind the wall. Disengage, disengage, disengage. No, that's not going to be it. That's just going to be a crushing victory there for Maru. Now the Prism goes down. Zealot's going to funnel in here. And Maru will absolutely win this one now. Trigger, I mean, he needed to get something done. Honestly, if he stops chasing, once the Marines, he either kills the Marines that are on the outside or they get behind, he can still stay in this game. But easier said than done. It's Maru. He's a legendary player. And, I mean, it's tough to maintain composure on the best of days. And unfortunately for Trigger, this has not been one of the best of days. He has taken a map off of Maru. He's broken through in that sense. But he's now down 10 workers. 3rd CC on the way for Maru. Maru's got +1 weapons, stim, combat shields, no concussive. But he also doesn't have any Marauders on the field. He's just building his first one now. And look at that. As the first one gets fired up, he starts up concussive. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Scan looking for the third base, and okay, says you don't have one. That's fine by me. I'll just come into your main and kill probes that you can't afford to lose. God, 7 probes went down so fast. Targets the sentry as well. He does get a kill on the medevac, trigger that is. But Banshees in the natural, causing more lost mining time, killing another Stalker. I mean, it's his tournament life on the line. I don't blame Trigger for staying in this one, but hope is pretty well gone at this point. Third command center going to complete. We've even got hyperflight rotors being produced. There are 2 starports, by the way. Maru has built one at home. The Banshees can almost win the game on their own at this point. There's so little anti-air for Trigger. Colossus will do pretty well against the Marines as they're kind of coming in piecemeal. And the tanks are not yet sieged. Good kiting with the Colossus, but look at that. He's even boosting forward the dropped tanks. GG gets called. Maru will take the game and the series. And now moves on to face Reynor in the final decider match. Cha-cha-cha. That was stylish. That was pretty stylish out of Maru, for sure. Maru versus Reynor in the decider. It's happening! Boom, baby. Doesn't get much better than that, does it? Doesn't get much better than that. Oh man, this is what you dream of. This is what you hope for. They have traded series back and forth in the last little bit. Maru won the most recent one. 3-0, in fact. Before that, though, Reynor won 3-2, 4-2. Then it was Maru winning one. Then it was Reynor winning one. Then it was Maru, then Reynor, then Maru. Maru won 2 more in addition to that, but then Reynor had won the 2 previous to that as well. It's definitely Maru favored in the aggregate, but in recent history, it's been pretty damn close. Pretty damn neck and neck. All right, we will put a little breakerino, and we'll get ready for the final series of the day. Is the whole tourney online? I believe top 4, if it's the same as last time, top 4 should be offline. Reynor has a big advantage. It's not 5 a.m. for him. That is a pretty big advantage. No way around it. 100%. All right, we're going to put up a prediction, put up the break screen, and we will be back in probably around 10 minutes or so. Might be a little bit of a shorter break. We'll see. I'll try and glean from... Okay, yeah, they got 12 minutes on the timer. All right, we'll be right back. All right, we're back. Back a little early. Just to make sure we don't miss anything. Oh, there's still like 4.5 minutes left. Okay, we're super early. Yeah, I'm still not even sure how I feel about the worker start change. I think it's genuinely, I think it's still too early to say. I would be fine if it gets reverted. If it ends up not being good, and if it ends up being better, then I think it's good to keep it. I think the idea of testing it is the most important thing, is that we test and see, is this good? If it went through with little testing, then I would be, yes, I would say that people that are upset about it have absolutely every right to be upset. I do think the response has been way too strong from people that are like against it. Just saying it's going to be, you know, terrible. Have I seen Larimbo's manifesto? I did. I think it's probably from... Okay, so at the time it was posted, I think it was the most interesting and useful thing that had been posted about the PTR so far. Because it was super well laid out. It talked about the bias that it had, that Larimbo has, and that was in the stuff, while still addressing the things that it was like were being ignored, the elephants in the room. I think it was a very, very good piece. I think it's probably still is the best piece we've seen so far. All right, here we go. Spawning up at the top right for Onside Gaming, it is Maru in the red. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left for Basilisk, it is Reynor. He's in the red. Did I see Maru was in the red? He's in the blue. Yep, you see it. We're here. Patch is a huge disappointment. Our actual issues aren't being tackled by the patch notes, which sucks. I mean, then yeah, like the things that are not working, I think we can revert. The things that are working, sure, keep them. Okay, 2 racks Reaper in the main. He's been doing this a little bit recently, and the theory from chatter was that this is a bait. It's a bait into trying to make your opponent build more lanes, and it seems like that might actually be not a bad idea. Do you like the extra 45 seconds of Ab to talk at the start of the game with no action? I'm totally fine with it. I think it's ridiculous to imply that as people who are employed to talk, pretending like 45 seconds of filling time is impossible for us. Like, there's so much that happens in a game of StarCraft, and if you can't come up with something to fill 45 seconds of time per game, with all the massive number of changes that have come through, like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Why did you choose this career that is talking if you're like, I don't have something to talk about for the 45 seconds? Yes, I know it's going to compact. It's going to be a lot of time in aggregate. But, like, there are so many ways to work around it. You can get into the game later if you just want to yap about other stuff. Take longer breaks. I don't even care. I understand, like, but also... to me, that's the most ridiculous thing to even have, like, an issue with. And I don't think that should have any bearing whatsoever on whether the patch goes through. I literally think it should have zero bearing on how the casters will try and fill time. I think that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Now, for entertainment purposes, if people are like, the 45 seconds is the worst, it adds nothing, that's a completely different story. I'm actually very much more so okay with that. It is going to be 4 Reapers, by the way. I rambled for a bit. 1 Ling was killed. Oh, nice grenade separating some of these units. Oh, God, that 1 Reaper will go down. Second one is way too low on HP. Good control here from Reynor. Maru getting baited a little bit by the lowness of that HP. The CC subtitles icon is on, but your talking text not showing. I don't know anything about that. I'm a boomer who has no idea. Nice control here from Maru this time. Really good micro with the Reapers on the end. Oh my god, Maru the Greed. Triple CC, double NG. Thank you, Dig Bick Minx, for the Prime resub at 27 months. There's a lot of lings being produced here. It is going to be a bit of a bait. Maru does need to pull back, though. Well, I mean, he's got the 2 Hellions popping out. Oh, God, this wall is so good. The Wall of Reaper. That was insane. He just killed so many lings. 19 lings for paint damage on a Hellion. And a drug addict getting to take more drugs. He wants this, by the way, this Reaper. He wanted to take more combat drugs. God. Okay, well, Kindle Cloud Reader, you seem... You're validated. You're validated. This bait worked this time. Hey, look, before you can even type it, I'm giving you credit. Look at that. Look at that. Man, Maru is so far ahead now. It's insane. This is so bad for Reynor. Maru does get supply blocked at 61, and it's a really awkward, weird block. That's like losing 10 drones. Yeah, it is. It's like rallying 10 drones across the map. Your opponent didn't even have to move out for it. Absolutely brutal for Reynor. It's probably more like losing 8 or 9 drones, but that's still so bad. Especially since Maru, once again, has gone for a very, very quick 1-1 and is going to be able to go straight into 2-2. Nice grenade. Kills a creep tumor. God, this is such a brutal start for Reynor. And it's 3cc 2-1-1 with this. So he's actually going to be getting across the map. He can morph these into Hellbats, and he will have 1-1 in stim. Actually, Reynor doesn't even have a Baneling nest. Does he just die right now? Like, if these Hellbats morph, is he just actually dead? There's a lot of queens on the map. That's the thing that's going for Reynor. But even the Hellbats are going to be able to get healed up. We've got a counterattack on the other side of the map. Oh, it will actually get through. The units were not tight in the wall. He does kill the +1 Carapace. He denied it. Or wait, did Reynor... No, did Reynor cancel it? It didn't pop up on the right that it was denied. I'm curious. I want to see if I'm crazy. Either way. Oh, no, he did deny it. I just wasn't paying attention. Yeah, it even showed up. God, that was just absolutely as brutal as it gets. God, what a mind game. That is actually a level of mind game trickery that feels like a crime was committed. I'm trying to think of an appropriate metaphor for that, and there just isn't one. Like, hey, thank you, Level Broodwar, for the dono on Ko-Fi. Or coffee, however people say it. Very much appreciated. That's a hard build to execute for TU after everything at home perfectly or you died a Ling. I agree. I agree. The Lings were like perfectly positioned. Hey, thank you very much for the 25 buckies. Thank you very much. 07's in the chat for the support. Thank you, thank you. Wawa-wee-wa. The barbecue at the ramp was wholesome. As like the Lings are like pushing, absolutely pushing with all their worth trying to get through. And it's just 2 Reapers and a Hellion just holding the line like herp derp. 1 Reaper or 1 Hellion gets low on HP and the He just pulls it back. Just pulls it back and repairs. Yeah, that is a level of mind gamery that feels illegal. Great casting. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Psycons, for the 100 biddies as well. Muchos appreciated. Why didn't Reynor just go for the SCV on the expansion? Because then the units come down and kill him anyways. But at the very least, he would have drawn his opponent out. Reynor, I think, was... The Hellion timing was so perfect, too, because he went up before the Hellions actually popped out. And so, like, it kind of drew Reynor into the attack on the ramp. And then you see two Hellions pop out. And you're like, well, if I waste time going back down to the natural, he's going to get an extra shot or two. It's going to be really, really awkward, really uncomfortable. And so he just kind of goes for the, if I can break through and get a full wraparound, your wall's down. It's just two Hellions. It's one of those situations where I feel like you almost convince yourself that you're doing the right thing when you get late information. And everything comes apart, basically. Spawning down on the bottom left, he needs to just put that out of his mind, because everything went wrong. It is Basilisk Reynor. And his opponent spawning up at the top left. God, what a sick mind game. Sick mind game into sick execution. It is Onside Gaming's Maru. In the blue. Reynor, for his part, I mean, you just gotta be feeling crap about that. But once again, you got to put it out of your head. That's the only thing you can do. Or use it to fuel you. Say, he got me. This strikes me as a wonderful map for Zerg. I'm not sure. I actually think, weirdly, it might be better. Vertical spawns might be better than cross spawns, because you can expand away from the Terran. And I feel like it's... Well, I don't know. It's hard to say. I think this is a map that's going to require a lot of thinking about where you position and send your units, because you always want to be running through speed zones, not slow zones. But there is a lot of potential for counterattacks. Also worth noting that if you don't mine out these back minerals, this can become a nasty, nasty tank spot. Maru is going to open up with a command center on the low ground into a second Rax. This might be a straight-up 2-1-1. In fact, I think it is. Huh. Wow, it has been a long time since we've seen a 2-1-1. Reaper did go cross... No, it just went... Man, Maru getting bad luck both times. He scouted the wrong direction. Like the wrongest direction. He scouted wrong once and then twice. Both times today. Just a little unfortunate. Reynor will take the base on the bottom right, knowing that his opponent did not spawn over here. That is actually kind of nice for Zerg, is that you can check this position and see this. I'm assuming these debris are all linked. And if they are, then I definitely think this is a good map for Zerg. Now, I wonder what the follow-up will be from Maru off of this. Because once again, I could see this being a two-base push map. Like, if you don't mine out these minerals immediately, this feels like it'd be very uncomfortable to deal with tanks. Now, it is going to be a Roach Warren. And in theory, Ravagers could be good. Oh, okay. Well, Reynor's going to wall the front and just mine out mineral patches between this natural and third. Ling speed starts up. Interesting. He's been gasless for a decent bit, but now goes up to 3 gases. Already, obviously, you got enough for Ling speed just now. Okay, single engineering bay. I think this is going to go into a 2-base push out of Maru. And I'm here for it. I think it could have a lot of potential. Scan comes in, going to clean up one creep tumor. Can he get another? There's a tank fired up. Yeah, this is going to be a 2-base push behind this. One Marine will go down. That's actually kind of awkward for Maru. I wonder if Maru actually does want to stim into the natural with this Evo chamber down. There's a rebuild on it, but he can just click this down, and it will get killed. No cancel. Gets the creep tumor right after. I like that he stuck on the Evo chamber to decrease the chance it would be canceled. Lings and Queens will be enough to clean this up. A couple of drones do get taken out. I like the target fire on the Marines and then switching to the medevac, but Maru was right on top of it, was paying attention for that exact change. And saves the medevacs. Now, I think Reynor is fine there. I think that's not ideal. You don't want to lose drones. Definitely don't want to have an Evo chamber that's uncanceled go down. But I think it's still fine for him. Now, what Reynor needs to realize is that this is a 2-base all-in. And if Maru manages to set... Honestly, it doesn't even need to be over here. Even just setting the tanks up here could be disastrous for Maru. Or, sorry, for Reynor. Oh my god, he's getting an infestation pit. He's got no idea. Third CC is getting close to completing, so it's not going to be a straight-up all-in, but it's definitely going to be a 2-base push that is trying to get something done. How many tanks does he have? Only 2. Oh, Reynor does get the cancel off. Okay, very important. Maru doesn't have a combat shield, so yeah, he's got to lift up and get out pretty quick. There's a lot of places to drop the Marines that are harder to get at as well with these minerals where they are. 2 infestors being added in. Maru just going to keep the creep pinned back and keep denying this 4th base. This is very nice for Maru. He's playing this non-committally because he was going for the reasonably quick 3rd CC. This is very funny. This Ling just forcing the command center to morph into an orbital out of position. Reynor now with a good number of units. Oh, not attacking this debris just yet. 2-1 upgrades on the way for Maru. 1-2 upgrades for Reynor. Reynor will be ahead in the upgrades. It's a very important thing to note. I think he actually... He's only on 57 drones. That's kind of crazy. This tank will set up here. Fungal is going to connect. It's a huge one. Chains it. Does he have the damage to take these down? He certainly does. 1 Marine survives. That's it. Siege tank. Oh, just barely gets picked up out of there. The +1 melee kicked in. That was extremely close to a dead tank. Now, there is a very well-placed tank on the high ground. And these 2 tank shots are enough to discourage a chase. It looked a lot worse than it was. Only 3 kills on each. 6 Lings is not a whole lot. Reynor, though. How much gas is he on? He's only on... Oh, he was only on 4 gases. Adding a 5th now. Actually, no, technically 3 gases. He's... wasn't mining this one. Creep spread. Not bad, but not amazing either. Certainly not taking over the map yet. Reynor, though. Ultralisk Cavern. 2-2 on the way. Adrenal Glands. Burrow as well. Maru, his biggest issue is the lateness of his armor, I feel like, because he did go for that staggered upgrade setup. Got 3 more tech labs that just completed, bringing Maru up to 8 functional barracks. Can pump, I believe, 4 Marauders at a time at this point. Yeah. Oh, he wants to kill on this base. It is going to be close. And he's going to get it. It's going to cost him maybe every Marine. Well, that's actually... that is a lot of Marines. 14 Marines for a hatchery. Reynor is a little bit oversaturated, but not like crazy oversaturated. I actually don't think this was worth it for Maru. Now, I don't think it was terrible for him, but I think that's actually just fine for Reynor. Take that trade as Zerg? Me too. Me too, I think. The thing is, Maru, though, he is a terror in the late game. That's a fact. And, oh, we're going to see the Baneling that's actually getting targeted down. Oh, the Ultra Cavern. Now, that's a juicy pick. That is going to get denied. The chitinous plating. We also have Drilling Claw done. Drilling Claws, which means that this Widowmine is undetected. Maru taking his 4th base now. I do love the Bird Infestor kind of just waiting around here. Oh, Overseer does see this now. Oh, that's nice. He did reveal the unit. I mean, Unburrow Fungal play is so good. 3-3 on the way now for Reynor. Oh, Drilling Claw Mines. Only one of them burrowing. That's kind of cute. Meanwhile, oh, he actually drops mines in the mineral line from behind this this high ground position. Ooh, Lings will find the unfinished planetary. That's going to be a lot of dead SCVs. Reynor might kill this. Planetary completes, but I think he kills this. Yeah, he does. That's a huge find for Reynor. Absolutely massive pick. Oh, and there's Fungals available. He needs to get out of here, but he doesn't get the lift up. The scan comes in a little too late to see the Infestors. I think Corruptors just joined the field. It's man mode Zerg right now. Ultraling, Bane, Corruptor, Infestor. God, those Drilling Claw mines. They go crazy. Chitinous plating was rebuilt, but just now. It takes a while. Well, it's not that long of an upgrade, but 79 seconds is not nothing. Oh. No detection here. Baneling Nest just now being rebuilt as well. Reynor, I think, a little bit awkward rebuilding this tech. He does actually kill a medevac with that fungal. That's kind of funny. Not something you see every day. Widowmines, oh, they're very much exposed. Like, not a lot covering them. And as they get triggered, they'll all go down. On the other side of the map, a base did fall. But that was like 9 mines. 9 Widowmines. That's a lot. 52 Zerglings is also a lot, but the 52 Zerglings gets replenished immediately. The 9 Widowmines, well, it's only 2 production cycles. Never mind. Yeah, he's on 3 factories, 2 of them which are reactored. Oh, Maru doesn't realize. Maru doesn't realize yet that Reynor is mining out these back minerals, but he'll see it now. Well, that's a worker-only path. That's very cute. I didn't even realize. 3-3 now completing for Reynor. He's got a small timing where Maru is down in the upgrades. Maru's got to be really careful. Fungal growth does come in. How many mines are there on the field? Well, the number is dwindling, but it's a lot still. 11 mines. A lot of them kind of in the middle. 6 of them over here. Maru is playing the mass annoyance strat. But Reynor is not falling to it just yet. And very important to note, Maru has not retaken the 4th until just now. And there is a burrowed Ling over here. Reynor's been mining a lot more than his opponent. Nice fungal growth on the medevacs. It also reveals the Widowmines is able to kill them. That one gets a big hit before it goes down. A lot of the medevacs going down. And I think Reynor's just going to absolutely blast through him. 3-3 completes for Maru now. He's got something on the other side of the map. But yeah, it's Drilling Claw Mine Drop. 12 drones fall. And the Marauders at the top of the ramp actually deal with these Ultras very well. They got separated off a little bit. A lot of SCVs going down on, and SCVs and drones alike. Ultras have to be careful. They do have their speed off creep as well as the chitinous plating now. So they're beefy. Widowmine does manage to fire again. Hits a queen though. Could have been a lot worse. Oh, that's a big fungal on the Marauders here. Siege tanks on the high ground. Gonna try and hold the line, but they're not gonna be anywhere near enough. Maru's lost way too much. He was losing SCVs here, there, and everywhere. And Reynor takes game number 2 in convincing fashion. Game 1, he got bamboozled, fooled, scammerinoed. Game 2, not so much. Bum, 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 bum. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 dun, 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 dun. Maru too sleepy to go for any turtle ghosts. Stay behind planetary style. I don't think he's going to start with it, but make no mistake, even late in the evening, he can absolutely still bust that out. And don't be surprised if he does go for that as we get into the 4th or 5th games. Maybe both. For now, he was trying to be a little bit tricky. Wasn't able to get it done, but we'll see. Spawning up at the top right for onside gaming, it is Maru. In the blue. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left for Basilisk, it's Reynor. In the red. Really good job from Reynor to not panic in that game. Not kind of get distracted. It's very easy when Maru especially plays that mass drilling claw mine style to get very thrown off. It's a really frustrating style. Now, it's not the way that Maru plays it all the time. A lot of times I feel like Maru goes, at least in recent history, I've seen him go drilling claw mines and be a huge, huge pain with them. Like, really, really nasty with them. But it is still annoying. Now, what I'm talking about from before is when he goes for, you know, fast drilling claws drops and just keeps hucking medevacs at you, just throwing them at you. Non-stop. 3 mines, 4 mines, 3 mines, 4 mines. Kills 5 drones, 10 drones, 12 drones, 3 drones, 8 drones. Just keeps this up while macroing. Sometimes ends up with a 3rd CC, 4th CC, taking a 4th base, good upgrades behind it. If you defend everything perfectly, it can die very easily to counterattacks. But defending everything perfectly against drilling claw mine drops is not easy. Not easy at all. That wasn't how Maru played it. But it can still be frustrating when there's mines just littered around the map. And even though Central is better than West server for the ping, it's still a decent bit of ping to deal with. Oh, grenade. Gets the kill on the drone. Reynor didn't have the cash, I guess, for the Spore Crawler morph, and that is very painful. how many Reapers we going for this game? Looks like it is going to be 4. Yeah, 4, and now a third CC behind this. Factory getting fired up as well as the reactor. Oh, Maru lost 20. What did he... He must have canceled something. Oh, grenade on the high ground. Nope. Just wants to shuffle out the Reapers. Oh, that is playing with fire right there. God, Maru being such a nuisance. Little munchkin. That's nice. Gets 3 kills. And once again, it is the double engineering bay. Now, will Reynor try and punish this again? I mean, he was booped on the snoot in the previous game. Built a lot of lings. They didn't achieve what they were looking for. Oh. Reynor's looking to ambush these Reapers. Oh, and he's going to be able to. Grenades have mostly been used. That's a really good grenade, though. The last one, I believe. The other ones are about to be back off cooldown. At least one of them. He instantly drops it. Hellions popping out. There is going to be high ground. Nice job from Maru. Hellions. Oh, I don't think Maru was expecting Reynor to jump the Hellions instead of the Reapers there. And that's going to be decent. Reynor gets every Reaper. And one of the Hellions very low on HP. Another one took a bit of damage, but I feel like that feels like a win for Reynor. Maru, though, once again, this setup, this fast double NG bay, it sets up some absolutely diabolical timings. Now, if Reynor skips Baneling Nest again, Maru could find himself winning with the exact same build that he did in the first game here. Reynor, though, is going to add the Roach Warren this time. Oh. There is the armory, but that can just be for the upgrades. This is still going to hit really fast, though. Yeah, Reynor has been playing where he can. No or late Banelings quite often. God, the upgrades are so far ahead for Maru. It's insane. Now, I do wonder what happens if Reynor went 1-1 Roach against this. Not like super, super fast 1-1. Oh. No, 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 no. Strim is fine. I mean, that usually never happens, but fortunately, it seems okay. Counterattack on the other side of the map is trying to get some value. Defense does come through. I mean, if it happens again, obviously, I'm not going to stay in the game, but I wonder what that was. Because if the stream is fine. Either way, it's a defense. Obviously, we missed a lot of what happened there. But Reynor is very far ahead in supply now. If he goes with Roach Ravager Ling, +1 Carapace and Roach Speed, it's going to be extremely difficult for Maru to deal with. I don't know that Maru has recognized what this is yet. He's getting +1 vehicle weapons, but he doesn't have a crazy number of tanks. And he is supply blocked at 101 trying to build one of those tanks. Exactly, Arjun. What did we miss? The Hellbat push, it looks like. Well, part of it, at least the initial phase. Oh, this singular Hellbat. Trying to figure out what's going on. Okay, he's finally seen this. He knows what it is now. 3 bunkers starting up at the third base. Reynor is sending it. Maru's got tanks well placed in the natural. SCV's abandoning the third. Very wise decision. Once 2-2 completes, this gets much, much better for Maru, and he knows that. Bunkers are not going to complete. I love the cancel there. Oh, that's such a smart cancel. Reynor is going to macro out of this. That's the right call. But the upgrades, he doesn't realize how far ahead Maru's upgrades are. Maru sending out a drop across the map. He knows he can't really be broken unless Reynor saw the drop leaving. Okay, Maru's going to play it safe, though, and pull the drop back. I actually do like moving out with the drop here. But he looks at this and he says, I guess he wants to resecure the third. Now, second Evo chamber just completed. It is going to be melee. Maru going straight into 3-3, despite the fact that he hasn't secured the third base yet. Oh, that Roach spotting this drop. Okay. Yeah, he needed to see this. This is so important. 2-2 Marines against 0-1 is so bad if the Marines get into a good position. Even here, look at that. They just melted everything. Sheesh, not even close. That's going to be a denial on the 5th base, but it is still a 5th base against a Terran that is just now resecuring, re-landing their 4th. Or 3rd, I should say. Not even 4th. Maru does have double factory. The thing is the 3-3 timing from Maru. God, it's so smart to continue the 3-3 upgrades. Reynor is already maxed out, but he's not on... I mean, 78 drones is a pretty good worker count. I actually really like how Reynor's playing this out so far. He will need to throw money at Maru until the upgrades get closer to even. Because trying to fight with such an upgrade deficit is going to be a really difficult thing for him. And these roaches, they're kind of just an anchor in terms of supply. Like, they are more of a burden than a boon. Oh, I like this. I actually like that he's killing his own roaches. I think that's smart. Triple drop on the top side. I don't think Reynor noticed it. Maybe we'll see if he splits off some units. He's going to try and throw some roaches away, perhaps. That's maybe too many roaches to throw away, though. This triple drop on the top left is going to cause problems. Bane speed will complete in a moment. These queens. Okay, the roaches. Okay, they are kept at home. Transfuse is going to try and keep this hatch alive. I don't think he keeps it. Not even close. Maru gets out with almost everything. Ultra Cavern coming on in. Reynor can go into 2-3 upgrades. He needs to as soon as possible. There we go. Oh, Corrosive Biles. Okay. God, this is such a huge army. Maru, so on top of it. Moving out as soon, basically, as his 3-3 completes. This is such a sick timing out of Maru. Reynor's got a bajillion garbage roaches with 0-2 upgrades against 3-3 bio. Look at that. He didn't even one-shot that Marauder with, like, what was that? Like 13 roaches? Maru going to kill the bottom side base. I do like that Reynor is counterattacking here with these other roaches. He's got Vipers out. If he Blinding Clouds and gets the right engagement, could still potentially work out for him. Banelings, God, they're going to get melted before they even get close. I think they killed 2 Marauders right there. I think that's about it. Corrosive Biles, though. Oh, they do connect. That was very nice for Reynor. Roaches in the main are going to get cleaned up. This Marauder, I think, wins the fight. Yeah, pretty easily. Oh, even pulled SCVs. Just to make sure. Push through the middle. God, it's so much power in this army. you're just not going to be able to touch this. What I meant by throwing money at your opponent was build so many Banelings that even with the upgrade disadvantage, you could still fight it. But unfortunately, it looks like that is not going to be an option. Ultralisks will hit the field. They don't have chitinous, though. And even if they did, they'd still be down in upgrades. Not to mention the fact that there's a significant amount of tanks behind us. 6 siege tanks well set up. +3 Carapace is going to get denied. So too will +2 melee. Seven more Ultras in production. But I just don't think that's going to matter here. Corrosive Vials will try and kill one of the Liberators. I love the reinforcement of the Liberators here. Maru, though. Once again, not just with execution, but with outstanding decision-making. Winning that game number 3. Couldn't Reynor win the game earlier if he attacked? Probably not. Probably not. Oh my god. Come on, come on, come on. I need to restart. StarCraft 2 is still running, it thinks. On Infestor's no good there. They can be decent, but I don't... Honestly, I think with what Maru did, it was always going to be borderline impossible. Come on, come on, come on. We just got in. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Powerful upgrade, Thermi build. Feel like investors are always good. They could have been good if you can land big corrosive bio fungal growth combos crossing the map. But that is really difficult to set up. And it kind of feels a little bit like your opponent has to screw up in order for that to happen. All right, spawning down in the bottom left for Basilisk, it is Reynor in the red. And his opponent, once again, with a brilliant strategic victory, deciding his way, braining his way to victory. It is Onside Gaming's Maru. Really impressive series from him so far, especially given the fact that it's like 6 a.m. right now in Korea. Peak gamer hour. But not really, because that's really freaking late. And he is not a Beyond or a hero who grinds these late time games. We don't see him play in the weekly cups. Well, yeah, sometimes he's playing 4, 5, 6 in the morning already. Kindle Cloud Reader, it seems you've been validated as hard as a person can be this series. Yeah, a factory at the third would have been brutal in that situation. Game 1, things went very well for Maru with the bait. Somehow Maru is much better versus Reynor than versus Serral, while Clem is kind of better versus Serral than versus Reynor. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. That's the funny thing. And Reynor is actually faster than Clem by just a little bit. Whereas... So speed wins over speed from the Zerg perspective, but tactics win over tactics from the Zerg perspective. Oh no, he misplaced it. What? Reynor? He put the hatch in the wrong spot. That's like off. Oh, okay. He cancels it, puts it back. Yay. That's sometimes speed can be a blessing and also a curse. It's easy to misclick when you're trying to click so many times. Too much league. God damn. It always happens. It always happens. It is going to be a third CC at the front, right in view of the OV. Accuracy greater than speed. Yep. Yep. Yeah, sorry, the speed versus tactics favors yeah, tactics versus tactics favors Zerg. Speed versus speed is pretty close, but seems... It seems pretty close, actually, yeah. I feel like Clem and Reynor are very, very close. Hold that thought. We got Blue Flame Hellion. This is such a great choice. Up 2-1 in a series like this. Clem likes to move out. Maru doesn't. Maru is totally fine with moving out, but he doesn't like the... I try and wear you down with multitasking over the course of... Multitasking in micro. And just ever so slightly better trades over the course of an entire game. He's like, let me make better decisions than you. Better mind games. And then I'll pick my spot and execute perfectly. Or as well as I need to. That's another thing. You can counterattack against Clem much more because he is almost always moving out. It is still going to be bio behind this. Okay. This is cool, too. This is really good against a no Bane speed or no Baneling play. Oh, my God. Is Reynor just about to get run over? I think he is. I think he is. He's got nothing. Oh, man, this is so many dead drones. 22 drones go down. Reynor didn't even do anything there. Gonna find 2 more drones even. Oh, that is the most brutal. Maru playing so damn well. But this game number 4. Reynor going to try and catch these Hellions now. Maru didn't even need to do anything with them, to be frank. He'd already gotten enough damage to be in a game-winning position. And I feel like this was actually a pretty big mistake for Maru. I feel like this was actually totally unnecessary. Because what does Reynor do if Maru shows up with 1-1, stim, a decent number of bio units, and like 15 Blue Flame Hellbats? The answer is nothing. Now? Well, I think it's still going to probably be too much. Drones trying to split. It's good splitties, but unfortunately they're now cornered. Really good splits from Reynor here. He still loses 7 more drones. That was outstanding, actually, on the defense on the tail end. Maru continuing to macro while getting Drilling Claws now. And is going to start up medevac production. He's continuing to yeet Hellions at his opponent. Reynor does have 1-1 upgrades. I don't know. He's only seen an armory. He is getting 2-2. I think he's just hoping... Because Maru will play both mech and bio behind this. Okay, well, now for sure he sees the Marines. It is going to be the transition into mines finally coming through. Maru getting his 4th CC behind this. He's just keeping Reynor uncomfortable. Oh, all the creep on the left side getting cleaned up here. And even the creep in the middle, for that matter. Uh-oh. No Lings in position on the 3rd. Drone's in trouble. They're going to pull. We've got Roaches being added in here. Lings will go for the wraparound. They will find these Hellions, finally. A defense that wasn't, you know, just brutal. Brutally expensive. Roach speed, Bane speed. We've also got, okay, he's getting the anti-drilling claw mines drop set up here. Spines and spores. It's a pretty important thing to deal with the drops. It's only at the 3rd and 4th bases, though, and I feel like that's probably the right call. Medevac going to take a lot of damage. Maru. Oh, he gets a big hit right out the gate. That actually burrowed. Insane. Wow. I cannot believe that actually burrowed. That's nuts. The lack of the spore getting punished so hard. He would have killed that otherwise. 13 drones go down. And that is with roaches. Well, not a lot, but a couple of roaches and ravagers. Not the most efficient supply. What is that? That's 6 supply there. 12 supply in these 5 units. And he doesn't even have enough to one bile down a tank yet. Now, it isn't tanks. Reynor will complete 2-2. If he can find the engagement of engagements, maybe, just maybe, he can find a way back into this game. But it needs to be a really good fight. And I don't think Maru's going to give that to him easy. When the mines are burrowing up, Maru is pretty far on creep. Banelings get a decent set of connections on the front line of the army. There's still more Banelings behind this for Reynor. There is just one tank with this army. It's pretty well placed. Banelings, though, are going to be able to get close to this. Oh, Widowmine did go off. Does get cleaned up. Reynor gets a not terrible fight. It's pretty decent. Maru, that whole fight took place on creep. The entire thing. And that's really the only reason why Reynor was able to do as well as he did. Do we have a hive? We do. Reynor, though, spending every bit of cash he's got on defensive units. He did add on Hydra speed and a lurker den, so I guess a little bit of, you know, a little bit of cash in the couch cushions. But Maru's on 5 base now. And Reynor, while he is also on 5 base, he is not mining from 5 bases. Also, Maru has 3-3 on the way. Reynor does not. Nor does he have drilling claws, or pardon me, adrenal glands, not drilling claws. If Zerg got drilling claws, that'd be a very different game, wouldn't it? Oh, these Lings looking for an interception. Not going to be able to find anything. Maru had way too much in this wave of reinforcements. And now the 5th base is going to get taken down. This is looking like the beginning of the end here. Banelings roll forward, but that's the last of them. There's another couple of Banes that are going to finish up, but Maru can just click down the hatch. The transfuses were absolutely going crazy there. For just a moment, it looked like he was actually going to hold that 4th base. But even if he does, I don't really think it is going to happen. Maru is about to hit another power spike as the +3 weapons completes. And Reynor is just struggling in this game. No other way to say it. Maru's kind of been all over him from the beginning, from the get-go. Game number 2 was good for Reynor, but that's about it. And at this point, yeah, it feels like mop-up duty as much as anything. Lurkers hit the field. They have seismic spines. Reynor's going to try and stall out the game a little bit, but Maru says, okay, cool, fine. I'm just going to click down your hatch. Lurkers can't stop me from doing that. No, not again. Is it really? No? Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Huh? Oh, it's Roddy this time. What is happening? This time, Maru it's a bridge too far. He's not going to be able to snipe this hatch. Reynor is still pretty close to maxed out. It's important to note. He's got his +3. No, he canceled it. Did he cancel it or lose it? No, he canceled it. Oh, we're just going. We're just going with a Nidus Worm. It is the Hail Mary of Hail Marys. Lings don't have adrenal glands. They're actually struggling to hit these Marauders hard. This is actually going to get up. He's going to get this Nidus Worm up in the main base. Ghosts just started. Hold the phone. This is the ultimate Zerg win condition. Lurkers on the production. Queens being added in here. There's only 3 ghosts on the field. Oh, he needs to get to the ramp, though, before the army of Maru gets back. It is hustling and bustling. It will get back. Production is going to try and lift. Is there enough lurkers here to withstand an insane number of Marauders? The answer is, unsurprisingly, no. But it is actually finding so much value during all this. And during all this, Maru kind of abandoned his outlying bases. Reynor all of a sudden coming alive here in game number 4. The rumors of its demise may be greatly exaggerated. Lurkers on the high ground need to burrow up. It is still so committed from Reynor. Oh, he tries to bile that one tank on the high ground. Wasn't able to get the connection. 13 SCVs go down. Another Nidus Worm prop pops out, but there's no units in it. Lurkers hitting the planetary from the high ground. The mass repair is going to be good enough. Reynor doesn't have units here to fight this. He's got 0-2 Hydras against 3-2 bio, or sorry, 3-3 bio. Everything is in these lurkers right now. We got another lurker on the right side. That is going to be a bit of a nuisance, but it is going to get taken out rather quickly. Maru's got another base that Reynor doesn't even know about on the bottom right. The thing is, this is still so committed from Reynor. Like, unbelievably committed. He doesn't even have adaptive talents yet. For sure, it would be worth it to get adaptive talents right here. But okay, there we go. Starts it up. It feels like maybe he doesn't even want to spend the money slowing it down. Ghosts, there's now 13 ghosts on the field. And at this point, Maru has withstood the attack. It was scary. Very uncomfortable. But uncomfortable does not mean victorious. If Reynor could have managed to kill this base, honestly, and even probably kill this base, it'd be a different game. But that's a lot of ifs. That's a lot of big ifs. Reynor is going to try and get some big bang connections. He does on some of the ghosts. Oh, but the rocks get dropped. I think that probably killed some of the Zerg units. There's a big pile of blood right here. Reynor just now getting up to a 5th base. And Maru is still on 6. And I don't know about you guys, but 6-base Terran with ghosts. Even a 5:30 a.m., 6:30 a.m. Reynor feels well suited. Or sorry, Maru feels well suited to close this game out. Once more onto the breach go these lurkers. They're going to try and get into the main, but there's a tank, there's a marauder, there's a marine. Banelings trying to find the ghosts clumped up. They're clumped, but they're not able to be taken out here. Reynor, for just maybe 30 seconds there, a minute, had me believing that he was going to do the impossible. Lurkers in the natural. A bunch of them do get out here. But they're not going to be able to... They're not going to be able to survive. And with that, GG is called. Reynor is... It feels like he's one of the most dangerous players when he's on the verge of death. But ultimately, it was too much to handle, too hot to handle. Very well done by Maru there. Very well done. And that will be Maru advancing on to the next round. God, look at this scoreline. 7-4. Maru getting 2-1 by Classic, then 3-1 Trigger, 3-1 Reynor. Being the enemy of the Basilisk boys today. Classic getting through 2-1, 3-2. So who goes to France? Just 4 players? I think so. So Maru and Classic have advanced on to the quarterfinals, this stage. And I believe if it's the same as last time, it'll be upper bracket final, lower bracket semifinal, then lower bracket final, then grand final. Or maybe lower bracket semifinal, then upper bracket final, then lower bracket final, then grand final. So Maru and Classic will start here. And I think if they win 2 series, they will advance into the offline finals, assuming it's the same as it was last year, which there's no guarantee. Bum, 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 bottom. Pretty stacked tournament? Yeah. Yeah. One Zerg ladder game on the new setup. I actually need to put a couple of upgrades into the new setup. There's a few things that we need to put. So Reynor out, no lower bracket. No lower bracket until the round of 8. So unfortunately, yeah, Reynor is out. Both Reynor and Trigger. It's a little bit unfortunate, but that is the nature of these tough brackets, you know? Now, Basilisk still has Cyril. And... wow, this is not a free group for Cyril, by the way. I think he's absolutely favored to come out first. But, I mean, Percival he should be absolutely the favorite against Percival, no doubt. But against Showtime and Shin, one of the better or best late game players there is, you know, in PvZ, Showtime. And Shin, who is an absolute wild card in ZVZ. I don't know. I don't... As far as opponents that Cyril is better than on paper, these are 2 of the scarier opponents you could go up against. Thank you very much, Dig Big Minx, for continuing the sub from Prime gifted to Tier 1. That is a huge deal. That is a huge deal. I really, really appreciate it. So when is the next game? Next game will be tomorrow. In 18 hours, give or take. 18 hours. That is it for this one. Showtime always looks good and never wins versus Cyril. Yeah, I'll agree with that. But he never wins until he does, you know? Not soon enough. Thanks for casting. My pleasure. My pleasure. Tomorrow will be Hero versus Beyond, Bunny versus Rogue. And then the 3 remaining best of 5s after that. That should be a lot of fun. Remember when Shin faked the drone transfer for Cyril at Katowice? Shin did some absolutely diabolical mind games in that series. Like, Shin was playing the sickest ZVZ mind games. It was really, really cool. Like, he was doing all the things. He was taking gases in weird locations. He was fake transferring drones. He was... like, I think even canceling gases, like building fake roach warrens, fake Evo chambers. Like, it was difficult if you are a sane person to keep track of what was actually happening. And you could tell how much it was like, it threw Cyril off, because even at the end, Cyril, I think, was still just fine. Even like moments before he GG'd. He was for sure in a position that he could have won, but that's the thing. When your opponent spends 5 games basically just messing with you. Yeah, it's tough. It was referred to as an early GG at the time. And it was. It was. I still think it's an early GG. But given what he knew, and StarCraft 2 is a game of incomplete information, it didn't seem like an early GG. All right. That will do it for us for the day. Oh, is there no... Wait, is there not a... whatchamacallit here today? Ah, man, my neck is like killing me. Oh. Super stiff. Pegasaur. Incomplete information should make you stay in the game, not the other way around. Well, there's a lot of things you can say. Yeah. For sure. Why first best of 3 and then best of 5? That's just a choice by the tournament organizers. And I think that's it's a good choice, personally. Amazing first group, tight games, especially classic Maru Game 2 and Maru Trigger Game 2. Yep. I think that was a great series. Unfortunate the way it turned out, obviously, with it feeling a little bit one-sided. A little bit-ish one-sided. But yeah, I do want to get a new setup. Oh man, this is actually killing me. Sorry, not a new setup. Get something so that I can upgrade my setup just a little bit. So that, one, it's less likely to have any of those disconnects. That was very like, moment. I wonder if a cable came loose for a moment. I'm not even sure. Yeah, that's going to do it for me. Thank you very much for tuning in on YouTube. We're going to cut the YouTube stream just a little bit earlier. And then we will find somebody to raid, and we will send you there. Bye-bye, YouTube. Wi-Fi booster dish. Oh, no, we're hardwired. We're hardwired.